We want to welcome everyone out to the Highland City Council meeting on Tuesday, February 6, 2024. We will begin our meeting with an invocation by Councilmember Scott Smith, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Ron Campbell.
Our kind Father in heaven, as we meet together as members of the community of Highland, we're very thankful for the opportunity that we have for representative government. And we're thankful as elected officials and city staff that we have the opportunity to serve the citizens in Highland. And we ask thy blessing this night as we talk about important matters for our city, that thy spirit may help guide us to make wise.
It's not one nation under God, indivisible. It's one nation under God,
You're
indivisible.
Right.
Hello, my name is Shay Cutler. I am the mother of 5 kiddos, and I've been to a lot of parks, and the park that you guys just created is amazing, and I have enjoyed using it with my children. But I will also say that having been to a lot of parks, I have not been to a lot of parks in the summertime unless they have water, because it is roastingly hot. And the plastic, or the turf that's used in the park there, will soak up the heat and will radiate it, and it will be like an oven, and it will not be as used. And so using taxpayer dollars to pay for something that's usable on weekends during the summer, or during the school year, because most of the kids are in school, and then when they're out of school, it's summertime and it's hot. And so I would like to ask the city council to consider adding a splash pad to that park rather than the Ninja Warrior course that is currently slated for that 1 acre area. I know that there is a splash pad in Highland. I also know that most of the children in Highland are not 3 years old and under. I work in the schools, and we didn't even have enough kindergartners for a 4th kindergarten class at the school that I work at. Our population is aging up, and so it's not being used. I talked to the people who said that they did use it are from Lehigh. They're not from Highland. So I would encourage us to have a splash pad that is used by Highland residents for Highland residents. Also, I talked to some people who were asked by you guys about the allability aspect of the park and were interviewed by you. And when I suggested a splash pad, they got very excited because, as you know, Ninja Warrior courses would not be used by anyone with a disability. This would be able to make it truly an all-ability park that would be able to be used by everyone that you have encouraged to be able to come and utilize this park. And no, Mayor Osler, I do not have $1 million. But I would put forward that using money on a Ninja Warrior course would be money that would not be well used and utilized during the summer. So putting that money toward and then maybe asking people for donations would be a really great way to utilize that money. I submit that if you were to put out a survey of the population, that you would get a huge amount of people who would really appreciate having a splash pad in Highland. I only was able to spend an hour to the park. Like I said, mother of 5, 2 jobs. But I got 45 signatures. And I will submit those to whoever. But
Okay, thank you, Shay.
thank you.
Council, if you remember, Shay emailed us, about 2 weeks ago. So I think you have your contact information from that email. So give that to Rob Patterson.
I am Charlie Greenland, president of the Highland Historical Society. After 9.5 years as president and being 85.5 years old, I figured it's time to quit, time to change and find someone else to do that. So we have been advertising for someone to take my place. And because we feel that somewhere, sometime, somehow, somebody knows someone who is going to do a good job and like it. And I'd like to give a little bit about my dream for this by using the words of somebody else. I have a dream that the people of Highland will begin to see the past as important to them. I have a dream that someday we'll have a museum in Highland for the display of our artifacts. If we can find $500,000 donated by someone for a pickleball court, surely we can find $500,000 for a museum. I have a dream that someday all the histories and the historical information for the city of Highland will be put together in one place so that everybody can see it. I have a dream that the Highland Historical Society will become a vital and integral part of our city and be recognized for their good works and ingenuity. I hope that we can find someone who can fulfill those dreams. I'm so grateful for the committee that has been working with me for all the time that I've been here. Brenda Thurgood, Ray Bueller have been with me for the full 9.5 years. Mark Thompson has been with me for a while, Eric Adamson, Wayne Tanaka, and most especially I want to thank Claudia Sudweeks. She's been so special and getting the website set up on our city website. She has all of our information there, page after page, hundreds of pages of stuff. And she's been very wonderful, and I begin to love her very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. We're going to miss you, and we'll have you be coming back for another city council. But I have let Charlie know that I do have veto power, but he said that what would happen if he passes, and we recognize we need to be a little sensitive there. So thank you, Charlie. Are there others who'd like to come up and address the council?
Hi, my name's Jen Ashcraft, and I wasn't able to come to the last meeting, but I watched the video of it. And I have to say, I feel like you guys should have voted back in August. That's what a representative government is. You represent the people, you do what's best for the people. And then if they don't like it, they say, you know what, we're gonna file a referendum. However, you guys chose to do a survey. That's fine, you chose to do a survey, so the survey was sent. You had a large percentage of people that said they wanted Highland Mains, they wanted the amendment to change, and that was a reason. It's not because 62% of the people in Highland drink alcohol or want to drink alcohol. It's because they wanted a nice place to gather and they wanted restaurants. So the way I look at this is you had a chance to vote based on your beliefs and what you thought in August. Some of you didn't want to do that, so you chose to put it to the people. When you chose to put it to the people, that means you're ready to listen to what the people have to say. 62% of the people said, we want this. In spite of that, at that time, some of you voted against it because that's how you felt, which would have been totally fine, I believe, in August. Brittany, you put forth some ideas to limit the number of licenses and distribute them in specific geographic locations. The way I see this is that there's two camps. There's a large camp that wants this, and there's a smaller camp that doesn't want, whether they don't want alcohol, whether they don't want the Highland Mains, whatever. If you'd voted for it in August, you could have expressed what you felt was best for the city at that time. You didn't. You heard the people's voice. Maybe didn't go with the camp you wanted. So unfortunately,
So Jen, please address the comments to be versus one council.
Oh, okay. It's to everybody. But when you put that forward, what you're saying essentially is, well, okay, this didn't work out in the way we hoped it would, certain of us. So we'll find another way to impede this, and we'll just separate the number of licenses. So if there's only 2 allowed in that area, Highland Mains probably is not going to happen because you have the Little India going in, and they need a couple at least to be able to make this happen. So then you say, well, let's put it out, there's going to be a referendum, right? That happens, and then we push it out to November. So you just created 2 more ways to prevent this from happening. Well, if we can't get it from the survey, okay, that didn't work. Well, now we're going to try to thwart it by limiting the number of licenses, and then we'll separate them. And if that doesn't work, well, we'll just drag it out till November. So the developer will say, you know what, we've been out this for a while. It's not working, so at this point, I mean, either way, you're going to get what you're hoping for. And that's not what the people want. So if you represent the people, either make decisions and then let us refer, or listen to what we say and go with what we asked. That's what I'd say. Thanks.
Is there anyone else? Seeing none, we'll now go ahead and close the portion of unscheduled public appearances. And we're going to move on. Now get ready, everyone. We're going to have our first item will be our presentation of our city audit. So it will be the financial year 2023's audit presentation by Steve Rowley with Kensington and Christensen. And we'll have you come up. After Steve, I am going to modify our agenda. I know we have another presentation, but I'm going to ask that the fling, we'll have Robin come up and kind of present a little bit on the fling. Just with some timing, we'll move that up after the audit presentation. So Steve.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm here to report back on how the city's audit went. As the mayor mentioned, we're discussing the city's fiscal year end June 30th, 2023 financial statement audit. This package is available. It'll be on the state auditor's website. I believe it will, if it's not already on the city's website, it probably will be shortly, as well as historical copies of the report are there as well for any who are interested. So my responsibility here is to come back and report how the audit went. So as part of my responsibility as the engagement partner over the city's financial statement audit, we're required to plan and perform the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards so that we can give an opinion on whether the financial statements that are presented here are materially correct. So that term materially correct is important because we cannot give 100% assurance on anything because we cannot test 100% of the transactions. Therefore, in order to come to a conclusion, we do sample-based testing, confirmations, inquiries, looking at sufficient and appropriate audit evidence in order to give our opinion. If you have a copy of the report in front of you, or if you just want to reference this later, it's on the first page of the report, probably about PDF page 3 or so, is our audit opinion, and we'll jump into this right off the bat. And at the very top of the report, it states that, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly, in all material respects, the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of Highland City, Utah as of June 30th, 2023, and the respective changes in financial position and, where applicable, cash flows thereof for the year then ended in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. That is one sentence that states that this is an unmodified opinion. That is the highest opinion you can receive on the financial statements. So very well done. The financial statements that are included here are materially correct. So that's great. We have this opinion that they're materially correct. How do we come to those conclusions? I talked about that just briefly as I was starting out, but the rest of the report kind of goes through how we come to those conclusions. As I mentioned, we have test-based approach. We have inquiries of third parties, confirmations. We look at a lot of invoices. We do a lot of testing and all of that in order to come to these conclusions. The old adage is forever true as an auditor: trust but verify, right? We can't assume that everything we're given is factual. Therefore, we have to compare that to outside information if possible and perform other procedures on that. So the report continues to go on, and there's different responsibilities. So there's responsibilities on the part of the city as well. So as members of the city council and the mayor, you're responsible for overseeing the operations of the city and ultimately are responsible for the fiscal activities of the city. Now, you don't do that day to day. You've hired a wonderful group of people to handle the day-to-day operations from Aaron and Candace and now David and previously Tyler to oversee the day-to-day financial operations. Part of your responsibility as council is to ensure that there are proper controls or processes or procedures to help ensure that the money gets where it needs to go and that it gets recorded where it needs to be recorded. Additionally, our responsibility as auditors, as I mentioned, is to plan and perform the audit. So at the bottom of that page, it talks about, there's an indented section of some key things that we as auditors are responsible for. The first one I like to discuss is we're required to exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. It's kind of a fancy term for saying we have to be a little bit paranoid about what's going on, right? I mentioned the trust but verify, so we have to make sure that things we're given are accurate. Additionally, the second bullet point is talking about identifying risks of material misstatement. So that means when we look at an entity, we look at the controls and the processes, and we ask ourselves, what could go wrong in this situation? Are the processes sufficient or robust enough to make sure that we're going to catch any errors or weaknesses? Especially we're dealing with taxpayer money, we want to make sure that that money's not going missing, that it's being properly expended as was budgeted, and all of those types of things. So there are other things you can look at in the report about our responsibilities, but those are some key things that I like to point out, just so you're aware that we do take all of those types of things into consideration as we plan our audits. Additionally, this report covers what is called required supplementary information. So it is technically supplementary. It is not required for a basic financial statement, but it is additional information that government accounting standards says this is important enough that it needs to go in there. And as an auditor, even though you're not going to give an opinion that that information by itself is correct, you're going to give an opinion that it is correct compared with everything else in the city. So what makes up the required supplementary information are the pension schedules that are towards the back of the report, as well as the budget to actual reports, and the management's discussion and analysis. So the management's discussion and analysis, or MD&A, is what immediately follows the opinion. And for those who are I guess, want to learn more about the finances of the city, how it operated during the year, that's a very good summary of what's going on. It puts it in a narrative format so that it's easy to follow. You don't have to be a nerdy accountant to understand what's going on in the city. And then what's nice about it as well is it gives you the fiscal 23 numbers and compares that to the fiscal 22 numbers, so you can see a little bit of a trend change from year to year. It also has some discussion as to why things changed. We're talking like 10,000 foot level here, so you're not going to get into the nitty gritty details, but it is helpful if you're just trying to get a feel for what's going on with the city. So that is included in that required supplementary information. The next section talks about supplementary information. So this is other required, or not necessarily required reports, but things that are important as well. So included in this year is the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. So that's what we also call a CFA. So that table shows the amount of federal funds that were expended by the city. And so that opinion, as part of our report, we audit the CFA in order to give an opinion that that also is correct in relation to everything else as well. So we'll look at that schedule a little bit in just a moment, but that's included in that supplementary information. Additionally, there's the individual non-major and financial statements that are in the back. So the city has 13 funds that it's currently operating with. Based on how they're reported, some are considered major, and so they're up front and center in the financials. The rest are aggregated, but then there's a combining schedule in the back, so you can see specifically among, I believe it's 9 funds that are kind of aggregated in the back. So that information is also available for you to look at. And then the last part of this report talks about other reporting required by government auditing standards. So I mentioned generally accepted auditing standards, but government auditing standards is a step above those, where we now consider the internal controls of the city, and we also look at instances of compliance that could have a material effect. So there's a separate report that talks about our conclusions related to that we will jump to shortly. If you're following along, on page 3 starts the management's discussion and analysis, and so we're not going to read through it all. It's 4, 5, 6 pages, something like that. But in your spare time, if you can't sleep on a Friday night, this would be some great reading material for you. It is very interesting, and it does help create some discussion for those citizens or residents that are concerned or have questions about it. It's a good place to start before diving into the meat of the numbers. The financial statements themselves start on page 12. So if you really are into numbers, that's a good place you can go. We're also not going to go through each of these reports. We could be here all night, and nobody wants to do that. But it is good to kind of get acclimated to what's going on. So there's This first report is the statement of net position. It's essentially a balance sheet. If you're used to looking at for-profit companies, you're going to see assets, which includes cash, capital assets, receivables. Then you've got liabilities all the way down to equity, but for a government, it's called net position or fund balance. So as you kind of see that information there. The next page, page 13, is a statement of activities. This is a funny looking income statement. It probably doesn't look like any other income statement you've ever seen just because of the format. Now, what's interesting to see on this report is that it's an expense-driven financial statement. First and foremost, the standards want you to show how much it costs for the city to provide the services you said you're going to provide, whether that's public safety or roads or parks and rec, et cetera. And then it says, how are you funding that? Is it through charges for services or grants, et cetera? And then at the bottom part, there's kind of the general unrestricted revenues like property taxes that come to help subsidize all the rest of the activities within the city. So after that, there's the fund financials that you can certainly look over. And if there are any questions, council, as you go through these, feel free to reach out to myself or David. Between the two of us, we'll be able to answer hopefully any questions you may have about those. So let's skip back towards the end. We're going to talk about this report. I referred to the schedule of expenditure of federal awards. So as a result of receiving and expending more than $750,000 of federal funds, the city was required to undergo what's called a single audit. So we have to then do additional testing to ensure that those strings attached to the federal monies have been followed. Did we spend it the way we were supposed to spend it? And if there was any issues with that, what is the potential ramification and all those types of things? So there's a report that discusses that. It's on page 53. On the PDF, it's probably going to be around page 60. So this is
So as you look at the federal funds, is that, and maybe staff can help, is this the only federal funds we expended was for the pressurized irrigation system? Is that correct, Andy?
Yeah, so there's a second schedule. Some of it was for parks. Basically, the grant that was tested was the coronavirus state and local fiscal relief funds. We did get, it looks like the city received a fair amount that went towards parks, and then a fair amount that's going towards the pressurized irrigation meters. Then I believe some of it also was in the water fund, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so relative to the grants, we got the $5 million from the state for the pre-I. We have the $2 million from the Water Smart grant, and then we got the $1 million from the governor's GOEO, Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity.
But the GEO won't show up here because that's a state, right? Is that right? Was that federal? Okay.
I'll let you answer.
Okay. It is federal as well. So when you look at grants, you kind of have to do your genealogy. Where did the money come from? If it originated in the federal realm, even though it got passed through a state or even the county, if it started federal, it stays federal all the way until it gets spent. So that GOEO money was also federal. It fell under the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. Excellent question. So this report here on page 53 is broken into two parts, and it's going to sound like a broken record the rest of the time I'm up here because the three reports, the next reports we're going over are also going to be in two parts. So this report talks about there's an opinion on compliance related to the federal funds, and then there's also a portion of the report that talks about the internal controls related to the federal compliance requirements. So as we went through and tested the federal awards, we do give an opinion on that. And at the top of page 53, it states, in our opinion, Highland City, Utah complied in all material respects with the types of compliance requirements referred to above that could have a direct and material effect on each of its major federal programs for the year ended June 30th, 2023. So again, that's what we call an unmodified opinion, a clean opinion. All of those many requirements that the city is supposed to adhere to in spending the federal funds were complied with. So very well done. There's a lot of requirements that have to be tested, and I have to say hats off to Andy and the rest of the accounting team for being very well organized and going through the single audit testing. Very well done. So we did not have any exceptions.
Something, an area that we got affected by federal funds, but it wasn't Highland spending it, but maybe we haven't said publicly, the gravel pit got purchased with COVID funds. That was not federal funds that came to the city, but it's going to benefit the city because the gravel pit finally got purchased and is now owned by Central Utah Water. Utah County, I think, put $10 million in. I think Central Utah put in the rest. I mean, that was all federal funds coming to help get the gravel pit purchased. So that helps us.
Wonderful. Okay, so again, that's our opinion. How do we come up with this opinion? There are a lot of requirements that we have to follow as auditors. There's a whole compliance guide that has to be adhered to. We look at up to 7 compliance requirements that the federal government requires that we look at and test. As part of that testing, we look at the internal controls related to those compliance requirements, as well as instances of compliance. So the second part of this report, as I mentioned, is the report on the internal controls over compliance. So as we looked at the city's processes and procedures over adhering to these compliance requirements, we look to see, is there weaknesses in those controls? Are they designed properly? And are they operating? So as we looked over those controls, we did not identify any weaknesses or deficiencies in those internal controls. So we do feel like the city has strong controls related to the federal award program. The staff understand what's required, they're organized, they filed the necessary reports on time, and all of the sample testing we did showed that it was spent for what it was intended for. So very well done related to those federal funds. Page 55 has that schedule of expenditures, basically lists out what are the grant names, and then how much money related to each of those grant awards have been spent. You can see the amounts that were passed through the state of Utah, totaling just over $4 million. And then the city did receive WaterSmart grant funds of $757,000 that were expended during fiscal 23. It looks like there's going to be similar spending in this coming year, perhaps more. So you'll likely trigger another single audit for fiscal 24. So as long as staff maintains their good work, you'll be in good hands. So we'll skip to page 60, which is our report related to government auditing standards. So this is in 2 parts. We're talking about internal controls related to the city's financial reporting in this part. So what are the processes and procedures to make sure the money coming in is recorded properly and going out, that it's going out where it needs to be, as well as when the financial statements are prepared, are they in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles? So during our audit, we did identify some weaknesses or a material weakness in the financial close and reporting process, which is reported here. In essence, we had a similar finding in the prior year. Although there were some significant improvements made for this fiscal 23 audit, there were still enough errors that we had to put a finding in there related to that. So there were some misstatements that had to be corrected before the financial statements could be in accordance with that. I've been talking with David, and we're going to work together to see where some of these controls can be beefed up to make sure that hopefully that finding can be eliminated for next year. I'm hopeful and optimistic that it can happen. I've looked at David's resume a bit, and I know he's competent, and hopefully we'll be able to get through things and make sure things are on track for next year.
Just from your experience with other municipalities, how does that bad check mark compare to other cities? Is it common that there are these kinds of glitches that you can find and that we've got to correct? How serious is it, I guess, is what I'm asking, from your studied opinion, since you've done more than one city?
Yeah, definitely. Good question. So this type of finding, it's not unheard of. It's not super common. Ideally, nobody wants a finding like this. But as we look through the findings, what's interesting, well, I guess the important thing to note is that the finding is not related to the accounts payable process, how we're spending money. It's not related to how we're recording the money coming in. It's primarily related to, at the end of the year, when you're preparing your financials, is everything being accrued properly for accrual accounting standards? So from what we're seeing, there's no risk of money going missing or being sent to the wrong person or anything like that. It's more, how do we make sure our receivable balance is correct? How do we make sure our compensated absences or accrued sick leave is calculated properly? So there's some comfort there that it's not indicative of an underlying risk that something nefarious is happening. It's just to get the financials in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And that is certainly something that I believe David has experience with, and we're happy to work with the city to help find some ways that it works. This finding is a little more common in smaller cities. So when you have limited staff numbers, sometimes a lack of segregation of duties, these things can happen. But as Highland's been growing over the years, it's been interesting to see how the staff capabilities have also improved and increased.
So as your audit, you brought up about the time off of that. So did you audit to make sure our books match what we're showing as accrued time off, as also what about their 401k and things that way, that you look to make sure that we bounce all the way through?
If it's a liability of the city, then yes, we look at that. So the accrued sick leave and paid time off, that's all audited. If it's an individual's 401k balance that they maybe hold elsewhere, then that's not under the city's liabilities. So we would not be testing that. But as part of our audit, we do look at the processes to see that are those withholdings to remit those investment amounts are being handled, specifically related to Utah retirement systems. We look at that process in depth to see that if someone has, say they want to withhold 3% of their check to go to their own 401k or 403b or whatever plan they're under, that gets calculated properly, and then the money goes out. And at that point, that's URS's liability to handle.
So since I just brought that question, Aaron, are you aware of any employees? The reason I'm bringing this up is the year prior we had some issues with this. Are you aware of any employees stating that their 401k or their time off or anything is off?
No, we caught that up quite a while ago, Mayor, and we've stayed current on that.
The two police chief and fire, are you hearing from any employees that any of our stuff is off with time paid off or 401k or anything?
No, since we corrected those issues, I've not heard anything from our employees. I don't know if you have.
The reason I'm asking is I want the council to hear that. That was an issue we went through last year. I just want to make sure we understood it was resolved. That's why I asked the question, the auditor, that we've come through to kind of make sure we've made our employees, whole, if you want to say so. Okay.
Excellent. So as part of the finding, we also have the city prepare a response to that finding. The details of the finding are back a few pages on page 58, and then page 59 is the city's specific response to how that will be handled. So that information is there for your reference. The next report we're looking at is related to the state compliance audit guide. So that's on page 62. So we just talked about federal compliance. Now we're talking about state compliance. So every year the state auditor puts out a new compliance guide that states each governmental entity is required to undergo specific testing on compliance areas that they feel are important to make sure that cities are compliant with Utah code. So if you look at that report, the indented bullet point section are the areas that were required to be tested this year. And they include budgetary compliance, the fraud risk assessment, fund balance, etc. For each of those areas, we look at the city's controls related to those compliance requirements. So for example, budgetary compliance, we look at what is the city's process to creating the budget, allowing public comment over the budget, their process for amending the budget, and ultimately their processes or controls to ensure they're staying within budget. So those are, for example, those controls we look at. As part of the compliance testing, we look to see, did the city go over budget? Did the city properly notice the budget? And did they properly notice the amendments? So with that in mind, there's two parts to this report. So there's an opinion on compliance that is towards the middle of page 62 there, and it states that in our opinion, Highland City, Utah complied in all material respects with the state compliance requirements referred to above for the year ended June 30th, 2023. So very well done. We did not have any findings related to the state compliance. If you look at the very back of this report is a summary of the prior year findings. You'll see there was a finding in fiscal 22 related to state compliance, but that's been resolved for 23. So very well done. We like to see improvement. I know Mayor and the council, you all like to see improvement, and especially the state auditor's office likes to see improvement in these areas. So well done there. Now, as we related to the controls for state compliance, that's on the back side of that report. It's on page 53. And we looked at those controls. We looked to see that they were in place. We looked to see if there were weaknesses in those controls. And our audit did not identify any weaknesses or deficiencies in the internal controls related to the city's state compliance requirements. So very well done. Page 64, as I referred to earlier, was the summary of prior year findings and what the current status is. So that's there for your information. As we were going through the audit, just kind of wrap things up, we did not have any significant difficulties with management. Everybody was very helpful to get the information we needed. There was some time delay as there was a change in the guard, but that's okay. Candace was a trooper and stepped in the meantime, and then when David got in as well, helped to finalize and wrap things up. So we do appreciate all the hard work that staff puts in to help an audit go as smoothly as it has. Audits are not easy, either for auditors or for staff, and there's a lot of things that are tested. So to go through an audit is hard to do, but very well done on the staff's part, and we appreciate their help and efforts in all of this. And that is my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the audit.
Just looking at page 36 and 37. So I'm just looking what, if you want to say long-term debt or that going on. So currently we have, at the end of June, we owed $4,574,000 in our bond payments, correct? Which would retire in 2028. So page 36.
So what number was that you're looking at?
Page 36, our bonds. I mean, I'm looking at our city's debt.
Mm-hmm.
The only debt you found was these two items on page 36 and 37. We owe bond payments. I mean, long-term debt. I understand there might be short-term payables, but long-term is this $4,574,000. And then we showed, and council, for remember, this had not been in some other audits. I think we caught it last year, and it's now the second year. We come to find out that when we took on some water shares from the Provo River water users, there was a certain portion of a bond they pulled out that we then were reliable as shareholders for that, and that's reflecting there. Those are the only two long-term debts you're showing the city has.
So on page, close. On page 35 is the governmental long-term debt, which totals the $4,574,000. So there are two bonds there, the revenue bonds, Series 2016 and Series 2020, that add up to the $4,574,000. There's also the compensated absences balances that are there, but in terms of more like debt, like we owe an outside entity money, yes, there's those bonds there, and then the $1,446,000 related to the Provo River water users, and then the Highland Conservancy District. So I guess technically there's kind of 4 bonds notes in total, but it looks like it's just over $6 million in total of outside debt to outside entities. This might be a good thing to bring up as well. So there's the net pension liability amount that's also shown there. This is not something that you can pay off. This number will fluctuate year over year. What that number represents is the city's proportionate share of the unfunded liability that Utah Retirement Systems has. In all of the magical calculations they do with actuaries and forecasting, they say, yes, we have enough money to pay for all these retirees for now and in the future, or no, we don't. And if we don't, as URS, they say, well, Highland City's portion is 0.03 or whatever percent. It's all listed. There's like 6 pages of footnotes that talk about this. You can read that ad nauseum. But that number will fluctuate based on how the market goes, what the lifetime, or how long they expect people to live, how long they expect people to work. There's probably dozens of calculations that go into this that are beyond the scope of an audit, but that's all under URS's purview. So even though it shows that between the governmental activities and the business type activities, there's $260,000 of net pension liability that's on the books, that's not something you can turn around and pay. And last year there was, I believe, just over $700,000 of a net pension asset. So there's been about a $900,000 swing from fiscal 22 to fiscal 23, and who knows what that'll do going forward. When I mentioned the pension schedules earlier on required supplementary information, if you want to add this to your Gee Whiz collection, on pages 48 and 49, it shows what will be a 10-year rolling trend of the Utah retirement systems. The first schedule, the schedule of proportionate share of the liability, is only out to 9 years at this point. That will be 10 years next year, and it will be a rolling 10 years. The second schedule there on page 49 is the schedule of contributions, and that is 10 years currently. So you can see the city's proportionate liability. So it looks like in total there's about a 0.15% of the URS net pension amounts that the city is being allocated. And then page 49 is helpful to see how much is the city paying towards those contributions. Yes, sir.
Can we go back to the bonds on page 35 and 36? So you have the principal, and I understand the Provo River water users and retirement and that stuff, so I know there's more liability out there, but we have this figure, $4,574,000 total with payments in 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. The question I have is on 35, it says the first bond for 2.896 million sort of thing. The final payment is due September 2027. The next bond, 1.678, the final payment's due September 2026. So I'm kind of confused if the final payments are in 26 and 27, why there's a payment listed here in 28.
Yeah, excellent question. So the payment schedule on page 36 is looking at the fiscal years ended. So the fiscal year goes
fiscal year.
Yeah, so really that one that shows up in September 2027, that just
28.
Yeah, it just sneaks into fiscal 28 right at the beginning. No, very good. I'm glad you're looking at that.
I got thinking, I thought, what? Okay.
Scott, I was going to say the same thing. We keep telling everyone we're going to be out of debt in 2027. You know,
we
and
are.
it's so,
Yes, calendar year.
We are.
I understand, but it's just the way the city budget.
3.5 years, we are.
3.5 years to be we're out of debt, except for this Provo River thing that came up on us. But we don't have anything to.
We don't control that very well.
And it's water shares. So,
excellent question.
On page 10, third from the last paragraph, it says the city does not have any general obligation bonds outstanding at June 30, 2023. That's
Correct.
because these are not general
Correct.
obligations.
Yeah,
These are specific bonds. Okay.
Yeah, a general obligation bond means that the taxpayers in general are responsible for paying for it, and so you would likely have a tax levy that goes along with that. Where the bonds that are currently outstanding are revenue bonds, and so they're payable based on the revenues generated for the water fund, for example. So based on the user fees.
The second question has to do with the Timpanogos Special Service District. You audited them. And
we do not audit Timpanogos.
You did not.
Yet. It's been on my list for years. But
is part of that audit going to broach, quite honestly, I have issue with the fact that they're able to determine a fee and independent of us, and then we have to vote to pass that fee on, and we don't have a choice. It's like holding a gun to our head. Is that kind of control looked at when you do the audit? Is how are these decisions made? I know budgets. I've been involved with nonprofits and for much of my career, and a budget is a budget is a budget, and a fee is a fee. And if you went to public safety and said, can you justify doubling their budget and save lives? I would say, yes, I could do that. Give me an accountant, I could do that. So a fee, looking at how it's formed, how is that created, what goes behind it, what controls are in place when you don't have an elected body that has a voice in that. It just seems contrary to good governance to me that we have to approve something and pass that on to our residents as a fee, and we don't have any control over how that was determined. And will that be looked at in the audit in terms of how valid, how justified is that fee? Is that part of the audit process?
Good question. So my understanding is the Timpanogos Special Service District assesses an impact fee on new development that occurs within their district boundaries, which happens to include Highland City.
That's right, but it's still a fee.
Correct, yes. So now what happens is Timpanogos Special Service District, they do have, well, I'm not entirely positive whether it's elected or appointed board. I haven't dug into their governance yet. So, okay, so they are appointed. So that board
You
determines
have that control.
what fees are charged. Now, what they do is they say for any new development that happens in the entity, if you want to connect to their system, you have to pay X amount of monies because you're going to impact the system, whether it's $5 or $100,000 or whatever number they throw out is there. Now, what happens at Highland City level is because the developers come and work with the city directly, they're going to come pay their building permits and their city impact fees. At the same time, the city agrees to collect the Timpanogos fees, and then what the city does is turns around and just sends Timpanogos the check. So really that has no, it's not a fee that the city itself is charging per se. We are charging it, or the city is charging it on behalf of Timpanogos, and then it's a liability on the city's books until we turn around and cut a check to
That
them.
little nuance is lost on most residents.
Yeah, it is kind of a complicated situation. When they come in and pay their bill, they are paying Highland City, and so it looks like that's a fee that Highland City is charging. But in reality, you're basically the middleman in this type of situation.
I understand the process. I don't like it.
Yeah. Does that help
Yeah, it
clarify
does.
for residents or anybody else?
Okay. Are there other questions for Steve? Okay. Seeing
Thank
that,
you.
we appreciate you coming and giving us a financial audit. And we will all go to sleep or. But there is,
Good.
we do appreciate, I mean, it does give a good snapshot of where we're at and some of the assets and liabilities we have, so thank you. With that, we're now going to move on, and like I mentioned earlier, we're going to move up. We have a presentation or discussion on the Highland Fling. It's a staff communication item. We'll invite Robin to come up at this time, just with some timing issues. We need to move it up, so.
Hi, my name is Robin Wise. I'm the events coordinator for Highland City, and this is Kelly Campbell, who will be helping us this year with our committee. We are here to present some proposals to up the wow factor for the Highland Fling this year. We, of course, have got the new pickleball courts, and we'll have socials and pickleball tournaments going on all week long during the tournament, to which we're getting a really good response. But what we'd like to talk to you is upping our last day's events and renting a stage. We've checked into the prices. The rental of the Lone Peak football fields and stands is $4,800. That price is set by the school district, so we can't negotiate anything with that. The stage we have been using for many years is the Lehigh stage. They charge us $1,000 to use that. Had some malfunctions last year. My favorite part about renting that, though, is they bring the stage over, they set it up, and they clean it up, and they take it back when they're done. We would be perfectly fine to use our sound system people. I've checked with the company we used last year. We paid $3,800 for the sound last year. They would offer us the same deal if we were at Lone Peak, and still the $3,800 to do the sound system. Kelly is here to talk to us about, she's been pricing musical acts and what it would really cost to bring in bigger bands. Lone Peak High School rents their fields. We could rent the field, the stadium, and the candy shack that's over there, which gives us a little opportunity to bring a little bit of money in there. But the price to rent that is $4,800. That's set by the school district, so we can't negotiate on that one.
So what Robin's talking about is traditionally at the Highland Fling on Saturday night before the fireworks, we have it at the same venue, which we've had all the day activities going on. We have all the things. What you're talking about is in the evening, moving the event over to the Lone Peak High School, renting the high school, having a bigger band or something come in. I assume either charge or not charge residents, and move everything in the evening over to
In the
Lone Peak.
evening over there. So the fireworks would be lit off from there. We'd have the big band. We'd do our presentations on the stage, just like we've done in the past. I have been asked by two of you to price out what it would cost to do drones. So for a drone display, much like the one Cedar Hills used and the one like American Fork used, they quoted $8,000 to $9,000. Currently, we are paying $10,000 to $12,000 for fireworks, so really close to the price on that. Would you like to talk to him about bands?
We can. I didn't come extremely
No,
prepared. This
no
was-
details, just prices.
Okay. Most of the usually I'm pretty loud, so.
I think all of you are aware this is Ron's wife, Kelly, so I think everyone's, welcome, Kelly.
Thank you, thank you. So I've just done some preliminary pricing, and I found that pricing has gone up quite a bit since the last time I was involved in putting on events. We're looking at about 40, I've been quoted between $40,000 and $120,000 to bring in a retro band. And we could probably be on the lower end of that if we were to bring in a tribute band of some sort.
What's a retro
So-
band and what's, I mean, if I hear ABBA, like an Abbott, that's an Abbott tribute?
So an ABBA tribute would be on the lower end of that. Actually, one of the ABBA tribute bands that I looked up, I was telling Aaron earlier today, they wanted between 65 and 120.
And then what's a retro band?
So a retro band would be a band that really was a band in the 70s, 80s, or 90s. And yeah, like I brought in the Turtles, or I brought in before a Motown band. And basically it's just people who were in the band at the time that the band was popular. Not, you know, be like the Eagles or somebody like that. But they're quite
Would it be the Eagles?
Pardon me?
He likes that one.
You like the Eagles, huh?
Well, I just...
That would be an expensive band. So we'd either have to get a donor, you know, somebody to help us with fees, and then we'd probably have to charge to recoup some of the funds if we went that route.
In comparison to last year, we spent about $3,000 on the stage entertainment. So a big jump.
And I'd like to spend about $3,000 on the heritage entertainment in the park, and then do a larger band, bring a larger band in and do the fireworks at Lone Peak High School. I think we could bring other people from other cities in
But that
too,
would,
make
I mean,
it
just
profitable.
make sure that we're either talking, we'd have to, if the city would have to front the entire band cost, or we would charge an entrance fee to go to see,
Definitely
hear,
an
see the
entrance
band.
fee.
For sure.
So I think we ultimately have two questions for you, Council. Number one, do you want to make a change and move to a new venue for kind of an evening big show? And then number two, if so, are we only doing it if we can find a sponsor for it, or are you wanting us to find money, well, to put that in the budget, honestly, as a budget request in case we can't find a sponsor for it? And maybe you don't quite have an answer tonight, but those are the two questions we ultimately need an answer to.
I'm just initially a little bit concerned about moving the event, expecting people to move right there in the late afternoon to a different location. And several of the people that I spoke with last year were frustrated that over the years the fling had changed significantly, and there weren't really free or very low cost activities for families. And I'm worried that this would potentially drive more of that
Yeah, that's
frustration.
certainly a concern.
One thing I would say is there are free events going on every day. I mean, and every house, you know, in the Tri-City area is mailed the magazine of those. So there are actually a lot of free.
I think, you know, what Doug's saying, it used to be, we had everything on just a Saturday. So if you go back, everything was on a Saturday, and they had all the free games Saturday. And so some are going, okay, now your Saturday seems to be more of a crafts, more of booths, you know, and things where what you're stating is that, hey, we've moved the kids' events maybe to a Wednesday night or a Tuesday night here. Here you have a car show, you have different events that you've spread out over the week. I know, is there a lot of cities that have done, I mean, I probably am leaning more where Doug's at. My concern is, okay, we've been at the park. If we're now asking people to pay to move, I know American Fork, I think, is one of the few cities I've noticed that they've always kind of had the fireworks, but they do charge to go into that venue, and that's where they do their fireworks at, as over by the high school, I think is where the idea is coming, versus a lot of others have kept them at that same park. And then there is a big financial commitment, and we're talking a large financial commitment. So, Council, is there any input, or I know this is kind of a new information to you?
I'd like to think about it because it's kind of brand new information. Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. We can scale it either direction. I mean,
Absolutely.
Oh, Chief Patton, did you have a comment?
We can't shoot fireworks at the Lone Peak High School.
We cannot?
Cannot.
Why?
Highland Glen Park.
Okay.
Okay.
And they're not going to let us shoot fireworks on the artificial turf either.
What do you think over on the Lone Peak Fields, Chief?
What's that?
On the Lone Peak Fields on the north? Oh, the park's still right there.
Yeah.
Mm.
Truth sayer. No, but I mean, we all probably have a lot of different things. Kim, did you want to share your feeling on it?
I think I got to think about it also, but I do love like being in one location all day long at Heritage Park. And I mean, it'll be really exciting when we have the new park done so we can spread out a lot more and, you know, just have a lot more room. And I do like what Mayor was saying of you know, maybe having it more condensed over a few days instead of extending it over the whole entire week as well. I don't know, but there's definitely things to think about and we can just brainstorm and discuss together.
Well, and a lot of the reason for going the Lone Peak route and doing what American Fork was to help compensate for the price of bringing in bigger bands.
Yeah.
And I really like the thinking and looking at ways to grow and improve the events. Like I said, there are a couple of things that I'm a little skeptical. I too want more time to think about it because that's just an off the cuff skepticism. But I like that we're having the conversation because I think those are the kinds of conversations that we need to be having wherever we end up coming down on things.
Okay.
Thank you for looking at it and bringing some options. Just FYI, your headliner band was good, but your band before that, almost to me, was like more, you know, I know they didn't come dressed up as NABBA or the Beatles or things that way, but they were kind of that, you know, they were singing a lot of time. I thought, to be honest, they were a great band, that one that before our headliner, but they come and go. But I love it. I mean, so up in Sandy, at the Sandy Amphitheater, they'll have a lot of these, you know, different retro bands or things that they do in the amphitheater and not on their city days versus, you know, I don't know if that's another thing to look at, so. But, okay, I assume council, we'd like to just kind of think on that. Is that correct? I think
Yes.
we've been hearing. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to our other presentation. We have another presentation, and I think, Ron, this feeds into what you were talking about. We have Timpanogos Special Service District. We invited Brian Braithwaite, who is a Highland City representative there for TSSD. He's also can probably help give a little bit of history back there. So, Brian, I think you have a presentation to show us.
Ron, your statement's really good. We've talked about the possibility of taking some of the calls and taking the payments and things like that to TSSD. What we're balancing that against is it would actually raise the fees because we'd have to hire additional staff to be able to manage things that the city's already doing. And, you know, it does take some pressure off of the city because you do get the interface of the unhappy TSSD participants, the users, and we recognize that. And that's why we need to make sure that our relationships with the cities are really good so that you have answers and know how to respond to it so you can quell their concerns immediately instead of saying, that's not us, it's these other guys. You can always say that, but you should know these well enough. Thank you. You should know things well enough and feel comfortable with the decisions that are made, or at least feel comfortable that you know the answers to the questions, that you can answer them as a city. But it is an issue. We've talked about it many times. We can do it. I'm not sure it's the right decision, but it could happen if all the cities really want to go that route.
I don't know that we need to go to that extreme. I think the key to it will be the communication, because
Absolutely.
When we double a fee, we need to know, how do we answer that? When they say, look.
Well, I'm going to show you
double.
today the specifics of how we can answer that.
Okay.
So you,
That's
so you
the
can see
information
the
I think we
details.
need.
We're not going to do a deep dive. I've tried to put it at a very high level. And
Good.
I have all the documentation. We can go into a deep dive. The information that we have financially is available to the public, so anybody can have access to the decisions we make and all of the pieces that feed it. We've tried to be very transparent, and I believe we are.
Wonderful.
So Please ask.
Brian, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
If you haven't done so already, could you send us a copy of this presentation?
She has it, so.
Brooklyn,
So
could you?
she can.
Is it Aaron that has it?
Aaron has it, but she can get it to
Yeah,
whomever.
if we could just have a copy so we can study it. Okay. Well, no, after the meeting, because we can use it to answer questions okay, thank you.
And that's actually, when I put this together, was to help answer the kinds of questions that you face. And if there are issues that aren't being addressed here, please let me know, because I can get those. So, first of all, I want to apologize in talking about the communication. We delivered the information to Aaron, to the city, to the mayor at a really late date in December. I was out of the country at the time and had thought that it had happened much earlier. We made the decision in September. In October and November, we were working on getting it done, and it should have been delivered no later than November 1st. It was December 6th or 7th that the official information was delivered to Highland City. And it was for reasons that are within our control. It was issues with individuals not fulfilling their responsibilities to deliver the information for us to be able to put it out and make it public. And we had a little discussion about that, and we will do better. We will do much better. We won't do that again. The reason for the increase, the number one reason, is growth. And unfortunately, when you're dealing with growth, it has a ripple effect. Highland City has felt this. When you have a new subdivision like we have over by the high school, you have sewer lines that are built for what the expected capacity is going to be, and it has, let's say, a 40-year life. If 20 years into that life you build that facility and now you have to expand it, you don't get your whole life out of the pipes that were put in. You now have to expand them, and you now have to charge somebody for that. We're going to talk about impact fees in a minute. That covers the growth cost, but it only covers the growth from expansion. So whatever the size of the pipe was, if it was a 20-inch pipe and it's now a 30 or 40-inch pipe, that 20 inches has to be paid by the current users. Only the upsizing is what's paid by the impact fee. What that means is users have to pay even for that growth, because they now have to put part payment on the new pipe that comes in. You could have gone another 20 years and not put anything in, but because of that, you now have to pay for some of this new pipe. We can't charge it all to the new people coming in, but we charge as much as we can. And that's what you do as a city. You face that same thing, and that's a specific example of your cost. That pipe there is a Highland City pipe, not a TSSD pipe. That feeds into the TSSD system and the pipes that we have. So we have the same issues. But that's why it's such a big deal when there's growth like we're doing here, is you can't put in a really big pipe knowing, and I'm going to give you some statistics, well, you can actually see them here. The number one growth is coming over the next few years. You can see that our plant is currently at 30 million gallons per day. That's the maximum capacity it has. We're at 24 million right now. In 2029, we will reach our full capacity. Okay? So we have to expand the plant, and that's what we're doing, and that's where these costs are coming from. It's really for the expansion of that plant. In addition to the expansion, we have increased regulatory types of things, and I gave a specific example, the phosphorus. They're telling us that we have to extract more phosphorus out of the water than we were previously. It requires more chemicals, it requires more facilities, the capital facilities to be able to do that. So it has a direct impact. And it's coming from the EPA, it's coming from the state, it's coming from different types of places. It's not necessarily a bad thing, it just is a cost. And that we have to pay for it when it comes through. Okay? Densification. You guys know the feel of this, where the state is mandating that you put another 30,000 homes inside of our city that is almost built out, because we're going to put a lot of tiny homes in the backyards. The sewer system that they would tie into goes through the same system that we currently have. Do we charge them for a new connection? That would have an impact because they're paying directly for that, or do we tie it directly into the current existing sewer pipe and not charge them for a connection. So we're going to talk about ERUs and how the impact would come to that as well. Because if you can charge them an ERU, then those who live here today have one rate, and when people come on, they get to pay their own rate. And so it's not raising your particular fee, but it's passing it on to who the new resident is. If it doesn't have their own sewer pipe, then how do you go back to retrofit that home that we're putting the sewer, more sewer through that pipe into our system? So those are some of the things that are hitting us that have an impact on this growth. And we haven't figured it all out yet, but we're working on it, and your input is wanted. Inflation, you're going to see when I bring up the slide with the impact fees, you're going to see in 1 year the impact of going out and getting bids on the projects that we're doing, how we have a direct relationship between those costs and the impact fees, and how much we've increased those impact fees, and how much we're going to continue every year do an audit on that, and we'll probably raise impact fees every single year because of the inflation. And it's big, and you guys have felt it. I mean, think of the park, started at 4 million, yeah, and we paid 8, and it's at 12, and we're still not fully paid for it. It's the same, you guys are feeling it just like everywhere else. Aging infrastructure, we've put together an asset management program, which I'm hoping that someday Highland will be able to do as well, because the beauty of that is that you're actually able to know when things are failing. And right now, it's kind of, when it fails, then we get the money and we go out and do it instead of projecting it and anticipating it and putting money aside for it. That has had an impact on some of these user fees, because we now really understand when things are failing and when we should replace them, and we're not having it becoming a big surprise for us. So those are the things that have hit. Those are not as critical as the growth, though. They are not impacting anywhere near as much as the growth is. Worked. Awesome. So here is what we're talking about. In 2024, we are bonding for $153 million. 2025, $293 million. 2026, $241 million. And on and on and on. It's just shy of $1 billion that we're going to be spending to upgrade this facility. Now, we're putting some infrastructure pieces in here. This is not building it out to 2060, but it's putting an infrastructure in and enough capacity that we can now have the capacity in 2030 that will be able to serve the public, and we can then continue to add on modules to get up to the full package. Where in the past, we've kind of retrofitted, but we've tried to add on pieces, and we haven't had this big plan of how we're going to get there. Now we have modular pieces that we can add on. So we're not going to redo the whole infrastructure. We're going to just add pieces on. Now, over time, some of these new pieces will fail, and they will be replaced, but we won't have to pay all of that. So there are more costs coming in the future, but not right now.
We've got 20. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. You were sorry. Brian, just one question. So you bond, and the bonds are paid off with impact fees and the fees that we charge people?
Yes.
So there won't be another, okay, very good.
So here are the key provisions for doing this.
One quick question. When you were talking about having capacity for 2060,
yes,
built out the ability to have capacity.
Yes.
We're targeting somewhat above that? Yes? We're not targeting just directly for what our projections are?
That's a great question. I put that information on here so that you could actually see it. When Super Bowl happens, at halftime, there are more flushes at that time than most cities have during the whole day. So it doubles the capacity within an hour, okay? The sewer system can't just say, no, we're not taking that. You gotta ration it into us. What we have is called the peak that you have to build out for. And we have systems that actually allow us to bring it in a little bit slower, but we have to be able to handle it at a higher capacity. So the answer is yes, we want to always be ahead of that and make sure that we do it, and we're always watching it. But there is a peak where, when everybody watches the Super Bowl next Sunday, we can handle it at the facility and not, have everybody's sewer back up in their house and, that kind of disgusting stuff.
As Kim mentioned, I think all of us on now Super Bowl Sunday, as halftime comes, we'll all be looking at those guests and going, you know what we just did?
You just ruined my halftime.
And we're grateful that there are people thinking about that and preparing for it, right? Yeah. Yeah, we never want to push that lever and have something bad go. So here's some of the key provisions in identifying this user rate and the costs that are there. We want to make sure that we have a AA bonding, because the costs for doing bonding are significant if you are not at the highest level. If you've ever gone out and taken out a loan and you have a low credit score, you're going to pay a lot more for that. That's what this is all about. We have to keep these debt service coverage ratios within the bounds. That keeps us at the AA rating. We can't get better than a AA because of the size we are. It's just physically impossible. They don't have a rating higher. So we are at the top, and we want to stay there because that will have a ripple effect to the costs for the users. The debt service coverage ratio that is impacted or has, because of the impact fees, has to be at least 1.0. And I'm going to show you a little spreadsheet that shows where we're going to fall below that, but I'll explain why. We're also getting grant money. We are shovel ready in some areas that the federal government is putting out there, and we believe that we can get $77 million contributed to the facility upgrade that we have here. Allocation of expenses, the densification, we talked about that, the ERU, what that definition is. We talked about new users, adding to it and having impact fees. We want to make sure that they're paying their fair price of coming into the system and forcing the upgrade. We have had the Utah County Realtors look over our formulas on how we're doing this, and they are watching it like eagles, and they are in agreement that we are doing the right thing in the fees that we're charging. They don't like it, not any more than you or me or anybody else, but they recognize that a sewer system is something you don't have a choice, and they recognize that we are, based upon the costs that are real, that we are allocating the appropriate amount to those new users and through those impact fees. And if we get off, they're going to sue us. So we know that we got to be watching it and helping them be a part of it so they can see it. And then the aging infrastructure, that's a user fee, and make sure that it's allocated appropriately. This is what I was talking about. This is the impact fee. This is 1 year. 1 year change. You can see how we've allocated to the two different things. We went from $3,500 to $4,900 in 1 year because of the cost. We went out to rebid the items for this, and that's how much inflation has changed and impacted. So that's a ripple effect through everything that we're doing, including user fees. So the impact fees are only a portion of what the user fee and everything else that's going on. And they are carrying their cost, and we will do this again every single year to make sure that those are current and covering those inflation fees. This is where the 40% that we talked about, to meet those requirements of certain levels so that we get the highest bond rating, we have to have a certain amount of cash, and we have to project a revenue stream coming in for them to be able to see it, to meet those bonding issues. 40% puts us in a place, and 15% in the following 2 years, or following 3 years, keeps us that percent, but in 2027, we will fall below those minimum requirements. We have struggled to get enough contractors, get enough materials on time and everything else. We have all these projects set up, and we have timelines. We want to get them in place, but we don't think that we're going to hit those timelines. Therefore, you don't need the caches early, and so it can push some of these into the future. We don't want to project too far out and get all this money in and then find out we're just sitting on it. So we don't want to raise the rates any faster than we actually need it. So you can see that those are in red. Two things will happen. If we see that we're on target and that we're meeting those things, then we are going to have to raise it a little bit higher than what's shown here. If we are falling behind, we'll find that those will go away because we didn't get the bonds as early as we are currently projecting, and it will go from red to green or white in this situation. So we are trying to be very careful in cash allocation. To compare facilities, I'm going to give you a handout here real quick. This is the end of the presentation, but I want you to see that even with all of the stuff that we're talking about, the actual costs that we're talking about are pretty reasonable compared to other cities. And so this is a survey that was done for this in the state of Utah, and it will compare, and you can see all the different cities and how they compare to all of this. But even with these increases, we are still in the middle or to the low end of what our neighboring cities and counties and locations across the state. So you can just kind of get a feel for how we fit in this whole thing. And that is it. Leaving it open for some questions, if you have any.
Well, I think you answered a lot of my questions. I really appreciate this. And I want to thank you for the many years of service you've given on this committee and a special service district. We appreciate that.
Well, thank you. It's kind of like the first 2 years you guys were on the city council, or 3 years, or even 4 years, how it just feels like you're always learning. It's really hard. This is like twice as bad because it's more technical and you don't spend as much time doing it. And so you have to spend a lot more time off dealing with stuff. And it's a big learning curve, but it's kind of fun to be on top of that learning curve now and not have to spend so much time.
So Brian, I know, I echo what Scott mentions. Thank you for serving and being there. And we all recognize the long term here at Timpanogos Special Service District is important. You know, Ron, you brought up a question. Maybe you can share them how the board, you'll be appointed and that is made up. How many elected officials? Where does the appointments come from for
Sure.
Special Service District?
Sure. We would like to change the structure so it's a little bit different. So it truly has a one-to-one correlation between the cities and the board, and we're working through that. You've probably heard a little bit about what we're trying to do there. Currently, the structure is the state or the county appoints them, okay? But they have a provision where they're asking the cities to give them a specific individual, and that city-specific individual, they will automatically put in there. They don't go out and ask somebody else. And so they're giving us that, but technically they don't have to do that. They can appoint anybody from anywhere, and they can get rid of the whole board today, and this is the reason why we would like to make the changes. They could get rid of the whole board, take everybody from one city, and appoint them all, and it would be very favorable for that one city and very damaging to everybody else. By changing the structure of it, every city has a voice, and it's guaranteed because we are now working together an interlocal agreement instead of a special service district. For the people who are currently serving, we have 2 elected officials that are serving. One is Alpine and one is Lehigh. No one else is an elected official. They vary from people who have knowledge, and some of them are actual employees, either similar to Andy or some other position. Even Aaron, we have the Saratoga Springs city manager is on the board. So it varies from city to city who they put on and why they do that. But they're all appointed, but the county is basically conceded that it makes sense to have each city have somebody represented. There are also 3 that are at large at county. And when we move to this new system, that won't exist because there's no need for that. Did that answer the question?
Any other
Did that help you?
I'd like to just state that, I have questions.
Good.
I echo the comments that have been made as far as thanking you and appreciate. And there's literally, and I was mentioning this to the mayor and I mentioned it to Aaron, there's no one in this city I respect more than I do you. And I really mean that. So none of this is going to be personal. I do want some answers, basically so we can answer the questions that we get, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
And that communication, I know you're up for, and I'm up for receiving it. So thank you. Appreciate all you do.
Oh, as you know, I've been in your position, and having that information is critical because you are the face of everything, including the school district, which you don't have any control over either. And you still get their questions. Any other
Anything else?
questions?
Brian, thank you for coming. Like I said,
You're welcome.
it was hard on, I think, some of the residents because we didn't know in December, and also by January, we also upped the fee to residents, and we appreciate you coming and sharing a little bit
So
about
you have what the cost is. You don't have to pass that on. It wouldn't make sense not to do it, but you can also add more to it. So this is the true cost of what it takes to run that facility. But I mean, and we're using it as a city, but some cities have added on to those facilities. We've been pretty transparent in Highland. We identify what their fee is, and we identify other fees. In situations like this, some cities just lump it all together and they just say, here's your sewer fee. And they don't have the transparency to see what's really going on. So
On that, obviously we are building out, and there will be a point where there's no more impact fees coming in.
yes.
And we have an aging system. So based on all this hard work that's been done and the projections and the estimates, are you comfortable that we're really covering it, or do we need to start supplementing it, if you will?
So there's two pieces to the system. One is what we call transmission lines for TSSD. Highland City has their own transmission lines within the city. So from your house, you go out into a Highland City sewer line. That Highland City sewer line goes to a bigger city sewer line, and that ultimately ends up in a TSSD sewer line.
Okay.
Highland owns all of their infrastructure here. We allow Highland City as a member to use our truck for so much time each year where they can go in and inspect lines and do things like that, because we have that specialty equipment and recognize that Highland doesn't always have stuff like that. So you have the ability, Highland has that ability to use those trucks because that helps us.
Yeah.
If your lines are good, and I don't know if it's enough time for Highland City in doing all your lines, but you have to inspect it, and when those fail, you as a city have to do that. So you have to have some money you're setting aside in addition to the fees that we are sending to you for your own infrastructure upgrades.
That is good to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Very, very.
Yeah, we have significantly less mileage in lines, transmission lines, than Highland City and all the other cities. I mean, we're 5% of all the transmission lines in northern Utah County. But ours are big. I mean, we're putting in a pipe that's 84 inches. 84, next to another one that's 64 inches.
That's 7.
Parallel with each other because of all the growth out in Saratoga Springs. Yeah, those are huge. Just drive a little car in
So
it.
to piggyback on Councilmember Campbell's, I just want to make sure council remembers. So if you remember, you approved the adjustment to the impact fee. So we are now charging the new impact fee. We have not adjusted our monthly rates yet because we need to dive into that a little bit more and make sure that we're charging within the city rate what the city costs are, and within the TSSD rate what those costs are. So that study is currently underway. We're hoping to bring it to you, I'd say late March is the goal, but stay tuned on that. So,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to our item number 3, which are our consent items. We do have number 3A, which are consent items for December 5th, 2023 and January 18th, 2024. And I believe there was some corrections also part of that need to be part of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There was a correction to the minutes. If you'll just take note, I included that on the dais with you, the corrected minutes. It was simply to change, in the minutes we had referenced that the last time that the court was certified was in 2000. That was actually a typo. It should have been 2020.
Okay, do we have anything that needs to be pulled, or do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the Highland City Council approve the meeting minutes from December 5th, 2023 and January 18th, 2024 with the change to the date in the 12/5/2023 minutes regarding the previous recertification year for the Justice Court, as explained by the City Recorder.
I'll second
that.
I have a motion by Scott, actually second by Kim, if that's okay. Okay, ready for a vote? Wow, that passed. No.
We're going to have to go ahead and do voice votes tonight. We're having troubles with our system, as you can see.
Okay, so we'll start here with you, Ron.
Aye, yes.
Yeah. Kim?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
And Brittany?
Yes.
That passes 5-0. We'll now move on to action item number 4, 4A. We just talked about sewer. Now we're going to be talking about the Highland City lines. And so, Andy, you're going to discuss the 2024 sewer lining projects throughout the city.
Yes, Mayor, Mayor and Council. So what we're looking at tonight is our lining project. And so every year, or every other year really, we go out and we line some of the old lines. Principally, these are the lines that are concrete lines. And we do this for 2 reasons. Number one, in some of the low-lying areas, we will pick up infiltration or groundwater into our sewer lines. And so then we're paying at TSSD to treat groundwater. And so by eliminating that groundwater, we save ourselves a significant amount of money. Number two is a number of these older sewer line areas, the trees and the vegetations have found their way into the sewer lines. And if you look in a camera, it'll look like a big bowl of spaghetti, if you will, down the sewer line. And those are extremely concerning for us because we need to eliminate those or they will cause backups and blockages into people's homes and basements. So we've got a number of areas through the city that we've looked at and we recommend this package as the latest in what has been and will be a series of these projects. What we do is we go in and we pull a resin-laced sock inside the sewer line and we blow it up and we cure it. And so we ask people who are on these lines not to flush their toilets for the day, but say if somebody was going to work that day, and not that every homeowner goes to work today, we're going to be working on the sewer, but for example, if you went to work in the morning, came home in the evening, you wouldn't even know that we'd been there. By evening, you can again use the various appliances in your house and fixtures that discharge to the sewer. So I will note that we do our best to estimate the cost of these projects, but even despite our best efforts, as has been the case, we estimated underneath that when we put in the item in the budget, and so we would ask that you approve a budget adjustment as part of your motion. But there is sufficient funds in our sewer fund to pay for that in our sewer fund balance, and so it doesn't put us in any type of jeopardy. But we did talk to our bidders, and there's a certain economic level economics of scale, if you will, and that's where we sized our project this year for kind of that lowest level to where they said, okay, if you do about this much, that's about the best unit price you can get for a smaller quantity. So. This is our project area map. So we're doing some of the neighborhoods kind of behind Harts and just north of SR 92. And then we're doing some of the country club neighborhood. And the country club neighborhoods are areas where we are experiencing a lot of root growth in the piping systems. And so we, like I said, the one detail I forgot to include is when we're all done puffing it up, we have essentially a new pipe with a renewed design life, and you've got another 75 years on that pipe. So with that, I'd entertain any questions you may have, or I've got a suggested motion for you.
On the sections, I'm sorry.
Sorry, 2 hands raised.
Let's go ahead.
On the sections that you're doing, the roads aren't torn up other than where you're accessing to start that, and then at the other end, I assume.
Yeah, the best part about this is there's no tear up. There's occupation on the streets, and some of these go through like open space and backyards, right?
Yes.
Country club area, but there's no disturbance. They just lift the manhole lid. Everything gets fed through the manhole. There is a truck that has to sit up on the manhole. So a couple of these are going to be a little interesting because there's manholes in the green space. But this is the least destructive method that we can use to line these sewer lines and get a new sewer line and fix the problems that I'm aware of. There's nothing else that we can do to get the pipe renewed and be as least impactful.
And apparently there's, not apparently, you must then, while you have those that are on the line that's being repaired, asking them not to flush and use that. But those ahead and beyond, there has to be a bypass.
Yeah, we do have to bypass pump around.
And
during
just
during
reviewing the
process.
bids, I don't know if you're going to cover the bids tonight, and are you recommending one of those bids?
We're recommending that you award to in situ form for the amount indicated on the motion, the $213,140.
I was just, and I guess the word is troubled by the fact that some bidders would bid that pipe pass as $1,500, and another one said it would cost $25,000 to do the bypass. And I do not understand. And one was $1,500, one was $1,350, then there was a $20,000 and a $25,000. A bypass is a bypass. How could that be 20 times more expensive for one bid? Are you looking at those kinds of details to see, is this bid realistic?
We do look at those details. That's why one of the reasons we asked for the unit breakdown. The difficult part is contractors choose to put their money in different pockets or parts of the bid, right? In this case, when we look at in situ form, we've done several successful projects with in situ form, and so we're very comfortable with them. They've done a number for the city, and so we're comfortable that they can do it for this bid. But I understand, sometimes when you look at the ways that the contractors put their money in the bid, sometimes you kind of shake your head. And there are times, and have been times, when we've come to the council and said, look, the low bidder was this amount, but we just don't believe they either have the resources or capacity, or that this can, fiscally be done for this amount, and we ought to jump to our next bidder. But in this case, we have a relationship with in situ form. They've done a good job for us in the past. We know that they'll hold their bid, so we feel comfortable awarding them.
Okay.
Councilman Smith.
Just one comment and a couple questions. The comment is you've already done the sewer lining in my neighborhood, and I think it went without any problems. I think one neighbor had a little trouble, if I remember, but I think they do a very good job. So the question I have, it seems like we're lining older sewers in our city, but I would think a lot of these seem to be along kind of the riverbed of American Fork River. And I think the reason for that is most of the water that comes out of the American Fork River is really underground. And we found that out when they piped the Murdoch Canal in our neighborhood. We could not convince the construction supervisor who lived in Denver that there was really high groundwater there, because we have drainage systems and things. And they finally figured that it was true when they put their pipes in, they'd be floating the next day. And those were huge pipes, as big as the ones that Brian Braithwaite were talking about. So I guess the big question I have leading into that is, how many more sewer linings do you anticipate we may have to do? Is this going to be an ongoing thing on a yearly basis? Or is it mainly along the American Fork Riverbed or in these older neighborhoods? What's your feeling?
There are still a number of projects to go, if you will. We've been awarding them in about $200,000 increments. And so there still are a number of the older neighborhoods in the city that have the concrete pipes. And that's typically what the areas that we're targeting is the concrete pipes. Were we in a different city with an even older sewer system, we'd be looking at even older pipe technologies. So yeah, there are a number of phases yet to come as we work through those older areas. What we're kind of working through is a worst first type methodology. So in your neighborhood, the city targeted that area, you're exactly right, because of the groundwater. Because by doing that project has a quick return because of the thousands of gallons of groundwater that were being treated at the sewer plant, which was built to Highland. So if we can keep that water out of these lines, then we're only paying to treat what needs to be treated, if you will. But so hopefully that answered both parts of your question.
Yeah, that answers my questions. And Mayor, if there's no other questions, I'd like to make a motion. There's a question right here.
Actually, two. It just struck me that this is wildly cheaper per linear foot than the culvert lining that we talked about. What's why is that?
Well, oddly enough, it's to do with the size of culvert, but I will actually take your memory back. And these guys, we went actually to this technology on that culvert, and they were, that culvert was like 130,000 roughly. This technology was it was about 250,000 for that culvert, to do with the size of pipe, right? That other methodology was cheaper with that bigger pipe, because that was a 5.5 foot diameter pipe. These are the ones we're doing here are 8 and 10 inch pipes, and so a little bit of lining 8 to 12 inch pipes with this technology is run-of-the-mill production, do it all the time type of work, and so you're seeing a little bit of that. I don't know what you want to call it, mass production, advantage here. I think. I mean, I don't know why their bid was 250,000 on the, or in the 200,000s on that culvert, because all of the bids on that culvert shocked us. But we did actually look at it with it.
The other question kind of ties in with question Scott had asked about what we have projected going forward, and do we routinely have cases like this where we find that midway through the year we haven't budgeted enough for this sort of thing? Do we need to put in a setting it aside? We know we're going to have to spend it someplace.
To answer your question, the last few years with the inflation, we've found it quite often in that our in the budget, I think we put around $160,000. That was set a couple of years ago when we did our utility rate study, and inflation's outpaced us on our estimates of a couple of years ago. So it does happen to us in recent days more than we would like. But that's why we have our fund balance, right? And in this case, in the country club neighborhoods is one area that we do have a significant root growth. Brian was talking about Timpanogos and their trucks that come in and help us do our cleaning, and we actually had a Timpanogos truck come in and tried to help us clean that pipe, and we actually got the nozzle stuck in that pipe, and it was quite scary for us. And so our sewer superintendent can't wait to get this done here, because these guys, as part of this, have to come in and finish that cleaning. That day with Timp, we got it cleaned enough that he's like, okay, we'll be good until we can get this project bid. But those root masses that'll grow into those pipes, like I said, they look like you. If you can envision when you pick up spaghetti in your hand and you're dangling the spaghetti, it looks like spaghetti that dangles down the pipe for about 12 or 15 or 20 feet. And so you can imagine trying to pass, the sewer flows through that. And so this is one that, he's excited to get approved, if you will, so that he can get that problem solved.
It certainly wasn't suggesting. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
To follow up as well, Councilmember Courtney, as part of the sewer fund update that I spoke about earlier and looking at the fees, Andy's working with our consultant to update our plans, right, for the different projects that we have to do. Knowing the report talked about top hats that we're adding on to this project, right, to add those kind of components in. So, that this fund will be a bit better prepared for those inflationary costs ultimately.
And yeah, I'm certainly not suggesting that we don't need to be repairing the sewers, just wanting to make sure that if we have these coming up, that we get it in the budget.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, if there's someone that would like
I think Councilwoman Rodella had a comment.
Oh, I was just going to make a motion.
Just someone make the motion.
I'll make a motion. You know, I move that the city council approve a contract with Institute Forum for the sewer lining project in an amount of $213,140 and authorize the city administrator to sign the contract documents and direct staff to include a budget adjustment of $57,000 in the mid-year budget adjustments from sewer fund balance.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Kim, second by Scott. We will do a voice vote. Kim?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Brittany?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
That passes 5-0. We'll now move on to item number B, which is snow equipment purchase, and that is also Andy. So,
Hey, Mayor and Council, what we're talking about is with Mountain Ridge Park, although we're going to be talking about some of our park services, some of our snow clearing services in a future work session. We're going to discuss that with you a little bit later, availability, et cetera. But specifically with corridors that people are expecting to be cleared, and we've got more coming, right? We're going to have that outer ring trail, and as has been noted in our meeting, the usage at Mountain Ridge Park is just amazing. People love it. That being said, they want to be able to use that very quickly after a storm, and we're finding that we need more snow equipment to take care of that, specifically the long corridors between the pickleball, et cetera. They're all fenced in. But we don't really want to plow the snow onto the courts, and so the only solution we can come up with is throw the snow out the ends of them, if you will. And we can use this at all of the city facilities at Mountain Ridge. We can use it as far as we can. They're only so fast, and it's only one piece of equipment, but the extra motivation to purchase this is Mountain Ridge. It is a dual purpose lawnmower and snow blower. You've not previously heard about this, but we do have equipment budgets and maintenance budgets in our budgets. This doesn't require any type of budget adjustment. What we're proposing is, this is a picture just from the manufacturer's website, and it was the best combination I could figure out to show you the progression. So the bottom right is what it looks like when it's a lawnmower, more or less. The one in the top right is kind of the progression of when you swap out the lawnmower piece and you put on the snowblower piece, and the picture on the left is what we're proposing to buy totally, which is an enclosed cab, so that during the storm events, the operators can still be warm and out of the elements, and that improved morale and safety for the operator, and makes it so they'll want to stay out a little bit longer. So the purchase price is $36,000. Sorry, I'm trying to get this to go to my motion. Oh, there we go. It's $36,365, but it is a mower that will be used at Mountain Ridge, and then it's also the snow blower. And like I said, we'll use that as far as we can get there. But happy to answer any questions. The purchase is within our current budgets. And so it's just because it is a larger amount, that's why you're seeing it. Councilmember Rodella and Councilmember Smith, I can see both of you wanting to ask a question. Whoever wants to go first.
I'll just ask real quick. So what did you use this winter? Did you have issues with what you used this winter then?
So all parks has, we used to have 2 of the little Kubota tractors, the little orange tractors. You recall about a year ago, one of them was totaled in an accident out on SR 92. We're down to 1. We're waiting for, we put our name on the list to get another one at that point. They told us, it'll be about a year. Right now, we're just hopeful that we'll get it before the end of the fiscal year. So we're down to 1 of those. So we did use that in some of the areas, and mostly shovels. The Parks Department actually only has 1 small walk-behind snowblower. Other than that, all the clearing they do is with those Kubotas, which are good for the bigger areas, like the wider sidewalks and stuff. We can use those. They're not so good for like those corridors down the tennis or the pickleball courts, and directing the snow, if you will.
So could you use this also when we have the trail all around the park?
Oh yeah, we can use this. Our thought is that that this will be the primary piece of equipment that we use at Mountain Ridge, and then as we get Mountain Ridge cleared, then we'll transport it and clear other areas with it. But the difference is, and we're going to talk in a couple weeks on snow clearing and things. The difference is just the speed at which the piece of equipment goes and how much time you can cover. But speed and detail are usually opposite ends of that scale, right? So this is a little more detail. The ultimate is a shovel. Next would be a small snow blower. This would be a big snow blower. So kind of in that progression.
Oh, I just had a comment and a question. I'm impressed at how many people, when I drive by late in the evening, are playing pickleball in the middle of the winter.
Amazing.
So I think
agree.
I'm impressed, and I think we need to keep the snow off so they don't slip and break something, I guess. But I'm impressed, so people really like the park. The question I did have is, how long do you think this equipment, if it's maintained, will last? I mean, how often we're going to have to replace it, do you think? You just have to estimate.
I just have to estimate. That's a very good question. I should have come in prepared. I would estimate that we ought to at least get probably 8 to 10 years out of this. I would think at least 8.
Is that fairly standard?
Yeah. I mean,
equipment that's maintained.
You know, the snow blowing is done by, you know, a little more select crew. The mowing is sometimes a little broader, and so sometimes it just depends on who we have for an operator that year, and you know, how carefully they care for it. Not that we shouldn't care for all of it carefully, but you know, we know that we hire a number of kids to be our mowers, and some of them are very, very careful, and some less careful. So I think we'll take good care of this. We'll preserve it because we'll know it's key to our snow clearing program. But all of our lawn mowing equipment is a little bit subject to who's operating it and how much care they take with that, if that's fair enough. Understanding that,
Appreciate
you know,
that.
the age group that does a lot of our mowing.
So Andy, a question I have, we're purchasing 2 pieces of equipment, correct? I mean, I understand you have the blowers and the 2-stage blowers, but one is going to be a mower, correct? It's a mower that then could convert.
It's all the same. It's all the same basic chassis, if you will.
Okay.
And I know these pictures aren't like perfectly. The chassis are slightly different. I was trying to pull something from the website.
Okay, so it's just this Model H is all the same unit. One has a cab
like,
in the winter. One has a snow blower. One has a mower. It's all
yeah,
the same
like
one
it's
unit.
the basic same engine and drive, and then you take the mower attachment off, you put the snowblower on, and you put the cab over the top. But it's the same engine and drive unit that powers it all. So it's just one kind of, I don't know if we want to call it a mower, but a basic tractor or engine unit. And then you put the different attachments and cab on depending on the time of year or what you're trying to do. I know the pictures aren't perfect and it doesn't match perfect. It's the best thing I could find off their website to kind of illustrate the change of how you would adapt.
I'm going to take you back to 1960 because quality has kind of leveled out since then. But you've got a Volkswagen, you've got a Chevy, you've got a Cadillac, and you've got a Mercedes.
Okay.
Volkswagen, Chevy, Cadillac, Mercedes.
Okay.
Where does this fit? I know Kubota is up with a Mercedes. Is this that high quality going to last longer because you're investing more in the beginning type of equipment, or is it the Harbor Freight?
No, Walker mower is a very high quality mower. We did a lot of investigation on choosing which one we'd recommend with some of the cities that deal with a lot of snow. Josh talked a lot. Josh Castleberry, our park superintendent, talked a lot with his counterpart in Heber, and they do a lot of snow clearing up there. Talked to them about what they'd found was best, and Walker is a very quality machine, and what we found is that the snowblower elements or attachments on the Walker worked better than some of the competitive machines, and you know, we were recommended by our counterparts that you know, that for what we were trying to accomplish, that the Walker and the Walker snowblower would be the better fit for us. But it is a high quality machine, and we do feel like it'll last.
This is the Mercedes. The Cadillac would be Kubota. John Deere would be the Toyota. Yeah, I mean, we are buying. This is a Mercedes purchase.
Yeah, this is a good solid purchase, and I do want to say I don't diminish the hard work that a lot of our high school kids do for us. They work very, very hard. Just some of them are better drivers than others, you know, some hit a few more things than others, and but we do all we can to take care of the equipment, encourage them to take care of the equipment.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion.
Okay, we're ready for a motion.
I move that the Highland City Council approve the purchase of a multi-use snow blower, lawnmower for $36,365.13 and authorize the city administrator to sign the purchase document.
Have a
I'll
motion by
second
Scott,
that.
And I have a second by Ron. Okay, we'll start with you, Doug, on the vote.
Yes.
Scott.
Yes.
Brittany.
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
Kim.
Yes.
5-0. Okay, we'll now move on to item number C, which is a license agreement with Provo River Water Users Association for 6,000 West Pump Station connection. That is also Andy.
It is. Sorry, you're going to hear a lot from me tonight. I apologize about that in advance. What we're looking at, as you'll recall, a few months ago, we awarded a contract with COP Construction for connecting to the Provo River Aqueduct. That contract was around $150,000. This license agreement is part of that effort. In order to make that connection to the Provo River Aqueduct, we have to sign a license agreement that more or less says, hey, we're going to abide by your rules, and if we damage your pipe, we're going to be responsible for it. But this is all part of our master plan for our pressurized irrigation, and this pump station, which is in the budget. Just as a reminder, we have about $2 million in the budget for this pump station. Is critical to our long-term plan for the success of the pressurized irrigation system. Just as a reminder, where we're talking about is the new pump station that is located on 6,000 West, just right where the Murdoch Canal crosses 6,000 West. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Councilmember Courtney did give us a few technical corrections to the document that we've since incorporated into what we would have to be our signature copy, but it doesn't. Those comments don't change the substance of the agreement or the basic commitments that we're making to Provo River in this agreement. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
When I read through the contract and different things, it talked about landscaping, and I assume they wanted the landscaping to look natural, but I assume that's in the actual Murdoch Canal corridor, right?
Yeah.
And not our corner piece. I mean, we're going to do something not...
We're going to do our corner piece. Their reference to landscaping is just basically, their
in their corridor.
Feed and their corridor, et cetera. This all has to do with the work that will go on in their corridor, and so we're going to do that connection to the pipe that we contracted for about $150,000, and then we have to build a vault that we put a meter in that meters how much water we take out and has some controls in it for how much water, and it's variable how much we take out of the pipe. So there's a number of expenses yet to come, but this agreement's required to make that connection. So it's been something that's been coming, and we just finally got it from them around the first of the year. So happy to answer any other questions.
Hey, Doug, I think you had a good question.
In Section 12, Environmental Matters, and Section 13, Pest Control, it talks about, it says that the licensee agrees to include the provisions contained in it in any subcontract or subcontract for work to be performed within the licensed land. We talked earlier during the audit about controls. Do we have any controls that ensure we're going to be able to live up to that?
We'll do our best. We did talk with the contractor and said, look, you're going to have to abide by the elements that we're bound to by this agreement. The good part is the contractor that's building our connection for us is also building one for Linden, and so when they contracted with Linden has an identical agreement or requirement to this from Provo River. Thus far, the contractor's basically completed with the Linden work, and Provo River's quite happy with the work they've done thus far. But it is difficult in that you know, we're contracting a party and we're going to expect them to live up to those commitments, but we have to watch them and Provo River has to watch them. And so we have the inspection controls and the processes of our normal construction, but it is a difficult thing to perfectly ensure that they're going to live up to the commitments that we've made here, but we will certainly do all we can to attempt it.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I believe we're ready for a motion.
I move that the City Council approve the license agreement with Provo River Water Users Association for the 6,000 West Pump Station and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement.
Motion by Ron.
I'll second.
Kim. Kim seconds. Okay, we will start with you, Scott, on the vote.
Yes.
Brittany.
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
Kim.
Yes.
And Doug.
Yes.
That's a 5-0. We'll now on to action item number 9, which is a facility rental policy update, and that is you, Jay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've been placed on the agenda here to give Andy a break before he continues on with the next couple of things. The facility rental policy, when it came to you last time, was known as the building use policy, but we felt this name more closely resembles what the policy is intended for. An overview of the changes. We went over these last time, but it has been a while, so we wanted to simplify the categories that the priority groups, the users, are categorized into. That helps determine who has priority use at the facilities. The financial policies, we're trying to make sure that those policies represented in the document closely align with city policy, state policy regarding municipal finances and so forth. There were a few legal disclaimers we wanted to add to protect ourselves from potential legal liability. We have added a wireless internet system to the community center since the last version of the policy was implemented, so we added that. And then just some general readability, language and grammar corrections. And Doug, we don't know where that word congruent came from. Good catch. We can take it out. I don't think any of us really love that, but take it out. So, there were also some questions from last meeting regarding how the building is used and what fees are charged. So right now, the refundable room deposit fee is $150. It is not charged to credit card users. That is simply their credit card is placed on file with a third-party vendor that keeps the number in their secure database so that we don't have to. If there is any damage that is assessed, then the credit card is charged. Councilmember Smith, I think last time you had an issue with your daughter being charged what you felt was a rather high amount for the reservation of the facility. With this new policy that we would implement, there would only be a charge, assuming she would use a credit card, there would only be a charge if there was damage to occur to the building under her watch. We still do need to charge users that pay with cash or check. However, if people do not want to use a credit card, there is an e-check option as well. So we feel like this can help a lot of users with different financial needs and constraints. The individual and organization rates are charged as follows according to the fee schedule. So this is the current fee schedule that was adopted for fiscal year 2024. Residents are charged $15 an hour. Non-residents are charged $30 per hour. Nonprofit and government entities are charged $5 an hour. And then there were some questions about users of the facility, and we wanted to present with you some interesting information. So the new reservation software that we use, we've only had it since February of last year. So we have the data for February through December of calendar year 2023. So we had 359 reservations total at the Highland Community Center. 72% of those were residents, and that included any use
related to the Highland City Arts Council. And we determined a resident by, we do take the address of the reserving party, and if they had a Highland City address, then we considered them a resident. But because the Highland City Art Council reserved on behalf of various musical entities, they may not, they may or may not be actual Highland residents. So we had 58 different individual groups using the building over the course of the time that we have data for. And so that's, you can see a majority of that, of those 359 users, if you only divide it into 58, we had a lot of repeat users. Use types, Highland City Arts Council, they reserved it 61% of the time. Private music recitals, so this was piano recitals, voice recitals, and so forth, 18%. Other government entities, 7% of the time. That included state, federal, and county jurisdictions. And then other, we had, that accounted for 14% of our users, and that was Boy Scouts, other informational sessions that people reserved it for. So anything that didn't fit into government, music, or Highland Art Council. So
I had a question where you say informational. If they are going to, like I noticed one on Facebook was about estate planning. Now naturally, they're going to give information, but the whole goal is to really sell the individual to buy some type of package. We say we don't allow for commercial use. How do we determine that the information is not really a sales job?
I guess that would be up to the building supervisor when taking the reservation.
I'm not saying there's not.
It's based off of the information that they present us with.
It's obvious. I mean, if I'm an insurance guy, hey, come in, I'll teach you how to do annuities, but my whole goal is to sell you an annuity.
Yeah.
So that would be up to the reservation clerk that would decide that.
Yeah. So that, yes.
I just had a couple of questions, if it's okay, Mayor. Mm-hmm. So can I ask the city administrator, where are we at? I mean, we're talking mainly about here renting the community center. Where are we at with the new paint and flooring?
I'm happy to report that the paint is done. So that happened the first part of January. Carpet, we've signed the contract. We're working on getting on the schedule with that individual.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that's moving along.
Yep.
The question I have is, and if you can tell me, is the Timpanogos Symphony still using most Thursday nights?
If you give me a second, I can look at...
I haven't heard that they're not. I think they're still, kind of as we talked about, they've got their concerts are no longer here, but they still practice in Highland, is my recollection, unless something's changed.
Sure. So the question I do have, I think I've seen them up there, and I've been a big supporter of the symphony in the past. I've expressed my disappointment with them that they're not having at least one concert in the north end of Utah County. All their concerts now are in Orem. So I'm curious how much they're charged, because that's a lot of people in that building every Thursday night with a lot of wear and tear. And if we're doing it all under the umbrella of the Arts Council, which I support 100%, I'd like to know just exactly if we're charging this large group of people fairly, since even though some of them are residents, most of them are not. And I'm just kind of curious if we need to look into that, because that's a lot of wear and tear every Thursday night.
It's not just, they're not just using the building. They also, that whole back room, they've taken it over to store stuff. And so
right.
When we talked about the Arts Council, when we were looking to go downstairs, they couldn't use the upstairs back storage room for classes because the symphony is storing all their equipment. But like you're saying, Scott, I think the question, and I think Doug will check into it, the Arts Council, is how much, it used to be that they're now underneath the premise of the Arts Council, but they're supposed to donate so much money to the Arts Council to
Right.
go towards that, to be part of that, organization. So that'd be good to me to have reported back.
Well, and I'm not anti-symphony by any means, but I want to make sure that we're appropriately charging them, because they do go into other parts of the county and generate a lot of funds and a lot of donations. So I think that we need to charge them appropriately, just because of the wear and tear on the building. Because I always get just a little annoyed sometimes when outside organizations kind of expect the cities to kind of cover the maintenance costs. So I'll give you another example just real quick. I have patients that can't go to the American Fork Rec Center and swim because all the schools use it for their swim teams. And I think that's not right, because then a city like American Fork is subsidizing that. And I just think that we need to be sure that, they're compensating us for that time, because I don't have any problem as long as there's some compensation.
They actually do not pay because they are part of the Arts Council, and so no Arts Council entities pay. But Shauna had reported to me about a year ago that they were now again part of the Arts Council, meaning that they were contributing. There's a set amount, and I can't remember the exact dollar figure, that any kind of subgroup of the Arts Council has to contribute towards the Arts Council as a whole to get that benefit. So the Arts Council is getting some money, but Highland City directly is not. I liked your idea, Councilmember Smith, you mentioned previously, of all of those groups should also offer a performance in our area every year to be part of the Arts Council. And I think that's something the Arts Council MOU should update. I think that it's an excellent idea.
At least one concert during the year, because there are a lot of people up here that don't like to drive all the way to Orem and Provo to see the performance. That's my personal bias.
Well, no, and if you look at our community center, supposed to, as a community, but like you're saying, the only one I'm aware is maybe the symphony. They're not staying in the community. They're going down to Orem. I go, how does that help the community to use our community center?
That's exactly my concern. And so, Councilman Courtney, if you could look in that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, unless members of the orchestra are part of the community, so maybe that's something to see how many members actually live in the community.
That'd be helpful.
According to our records, the symphony has reserved the community center every Thursday from the beginning of August to the end of December.
I mean, you look at the adult choir. They do a performance here at the local schools. You go look at Carrie Lynn's youth choir. They were here for our holiday events and singing there. I mean, you look at our Arts Council. They come in. They've helped us with different things with the city. I think that's where we see the benefit of the city. Where's the benefit coming for the residents? So
Yes.
I think it's a good question, Scott.
Thank you.
I had two quick questions. Number one, on the refunds for cancellation, it says a refund of 100% will be made if the reservation is canceled more than 7 business days prior. No refund will be given if canceled less than 7 days prior. What happens if they cancel 7 days prior? Seems like there's a provision for 8 days and 6 days, but not for 7 days.
It's not just Councilmember Courtney who catches our typos and
It's the day of rest.
The other question that I wondered about was in the first paragraph. This is maybe a question for Rob. I have to get back to it. Let's see. The city shall not discriminate in the use of the buildings on the basis of race, creed, color, national origin, sex, religion, or disability. That seems like a sentence that was written 30 years ago. Haven't we updated that definition since then?
We obviously have not, but there is, state law did expand its anti-discrimination state statute to include sexual orientation and gender identity as additional protected classes under state law. And
it just
would
make sense.
Certainly add those into here just to be consistent with that. Would have no objection to that.
Yeah, that was all.
Would it make more sense rather than adding more things to the list to just say, again, any protected class under state law?
We could do that, state or federal law. Yeah. Sometimes those don't perfectly overlap.
Any other questions? If not, we'll be ready for a motion to approve or to disapprove.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I move that the Highland City Council approve the suggested changes to the facility rental policy in the city.
I'll second.
Motion by Scott, second by Kim. We'll start with Brittany on the vote.
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
5-0. Well, now going on to expedited, which we should be able to move through a little faster, which is number 5A, which is the Highland Elementary Safe Route to Schools project funding. Some of this has been out there a little bit. We've seen it before, but Andy, anything that we need to understand before making a motion?
No, there's $100,000 in the budget. We approved the agreement with UDOT. We just need to now acquire some property. Our goal is to improve the sidewalks in the vicinity of Highland Elementary, and so what we're seeking is approval from the council to go ahead and expend the funds, and we would anticipate that we'll expend all those funds in this fiscal year because what we don't expend on other city expenses will give to UDOT to then fund the construction. When I say give to it, they'll give us back the extra, but we'll put in a fund with UDOT. So happy to answer any questions.
I was just a little curious about the cost. So the grant's for $130,000.
Correct.
And then we need the matching fund of just less than $10,000.
Correct.
But we're going to match it with another $100,000.
Well,
So are
100
you
total. 100
anticipating-
total.
Yeah.
So what we put in the budget this year was 100 total. So
Right.
our minimum match with UDOT was just under 10,000. But we knew that when we were doing the budget that there was just no way that we were even going to get it anywhere if we just put in the minimum because of the way inflation had grown and because UDOT only gave us a grant for a portion of the project, and so we intentionally, as a city, put in the greater funds to make sure that we could make a little more headway on the project. So that was kind of a deliberate decision, by the city to set aside some more funds for it. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, it does. It's helpful, but do you anticipate we'll use all of that 100,000?
Yeah.
This is going to be a $250,000 project.
Yeah, it'll be yes, because it's through UDOT. We have to do the federal environmental clearances, and it'll be an expensive project. But all said and done, we'll get farther than we would have if we just put our $100,000 towards it. So but yeah, we will definitely use the full 100,000.
So you're basically putting curb, sidewalk, cross areas. From
There,
what I look,
there's already curb and gutter on 6,000 West. So what we're principally trying to do is put the sidewalk on 6,000 West, and then from there we'll use any of the extra money that we have after that, as far as we can get to put curb and sidewalk behind the school in the drop-off. So I don't think we'll get the whole scope of the project done just because of the way that costs have gone, but we'll get as far as we can with the money we have.
Okay.
So we're definitely doing 6,000 West.
6,000 West is first because that's your highest exposure to speed, right? And you have no pedestrian facilities there.
And then we go down 10680 North will be next, right?
Oh, sorry, I'm going to go back to the map. So yeah, we will go on 6,000 West first, then we'll go to 10680 North, and then once that's all done and the sidewalks put in there, whatever monies we have left, we will concentrate behind the school in the drop-off areas. A couple of years ago, we paved those drop-off areas. For years and years and years, they were just gravel, and the gravel was scattered everywhere. And so it's much better now, but there is still some gravel areas, and so we'll concentrate on those first. And when we started out, the goal was to, behind the school, put full curb gutter sidewalk as well on that whole drop-off area. That's where I don't think we'll get that far. We'll get as much as we can.
Any other questions?
just one last question. So we need to purchase a parcel.
Correct.
Do we have an estimate how much that's going to cost us? Did I miss that?
We do have an estimate. It's still in negotiation, so I hate to.
So you can't say.
I hate to say that here in the public meeting, but I'd be happy to share, with the council the appraisal. We commissioned an appraisal for it.
I'll go ahead and make a motion if we're ready.
Okay.
I move that the City Council approve up to $100,000 in expenses associated with the Highland Elementary Area Safe Routes to School program and authorize the city administrator to expend funds for project expenses, including property purchase, design, and construction-related expenses in accordance with city and UDOT procedures.
Motion by Kim,
I'll second it.
second by Ron. We will start with you, Ron, as the first vote.
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Brittany.
Yes.
5-0. We'll now move on to number 5B, which is resolution of the purchase price calculated for city-owned land. This is where we're disposing usually of open space.
All right, thank you, Mayor. The City Council adopted Resolution 2021-09, establishing how the cost per square foot would be determined. That is through taking the Utah County Assessor's assessed value of 12 different parcels in the land representing different areas of the city, and reducing that amount by 25% per square foot, the value, taking that square footage and reducing that by 25%. And based on that methodology in the adopted resolution, the value for orphan parcels for 2024 is $4.49 per square foot.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing
Just,
none,
just one question, just to clarify. So the 2024 is calendar year and not fiscal year, right? Okay.
Yes, we
That's
adopt
what
this
we've done
every
the past
calendar
few
Yeah,
year.
years.
that's
Said
right. I just wanted to clarify.
January 1st till December 31st till a new motion goes in. That's the purchase price.
Okay.
Notice it went down. Last year it was at 471. It
Correct.
went down a little bit, 449. That if you look at the parcels, just so there's some new council members, what we did is it's not all in just one area. We went and we've tried to keep consistent with about the 12 different properties, and there's some that are 1 acre, some half acres, some in open space, and so this is reflective of the whole city.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move the City Council adopt the resolution designating the valuation of orphan parcels for 2024.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ron, second by Scott. We'll start with you, Kim.
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Brittany?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
5-0. We're now going on discussion items. These are items that will not be voted on, just discussion only. Our first one is going to be a tri-party agreement for access and improvements to the Highland Boulevard near 118th North and Highland Boulevard. And so, Andy, we'll give the time to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just to back up or a little trip back in time where we've been on this agreement. So on October 5th, 2021, an agreement was signed between Highland, Lehigh, and D.R. Horton regarding Highland Boulevard frontage improvements, maintenance of the corridor, and the 11-800 North intersection with Highland Boulevard. And then a couple months ago, in a council meeting, we had a discussion item relative to some of the improvements that have been proposed by D.R. Horton, and the council gave staff some discussion or direction on those points that we discussed at that time. Staff relayed that to D.R. Horton, and they had requested that we have a little more in-depth discussion, which is why we're here tonight. And we do have a number of representatives of D.R. Horton here this evening, as well as we have a consultant that the city hired for some of our evaluations as well. And so we do have some parties here that probably want to have some things to say after I give my presentation, if you will. So just a quick rundown on that agreement, and specifically focusing on costs in this case on this slide. So each of the parties pays a third of the cost. I think D.R. Horton pays 34%, but you know, it's close enough to call it a third. And as far as the intersection treatment at Highland Boulevard, so Highland pays a third, Lehigh pays a third, D.R. Horton pays a third. If the city opts to say, yes, we do want the center median islands on Highland Boulevard, then we pay half the cost of those median islands. D.R. Horton would pay the other half. And then as we look at maintenance, each city, just being the long-term maintenance, at that point, D.R. Horton will, presumably have built and they're done and move forward to additional projects. So as we look at the maintenance of the corridors, each of the city pays at 1/2 of the cost of the maintenance of this corridor that we're talking about, and the intersection, et cetera. So just as a reminder, this is the basic property we're talking about. Here it is the property north and west of the intersection at 11800 North. In your packet is the concept plan of this area or phase of D.R. Horton's development. For those that were not on the council at this time, I think there's an important point that I left out of my presentation, and that is that D.R. Horton acquired properties that surround Texas Instruments. And so it's not only, while we're focusing on this component of the project, because this is the component that will principally access to Highland Boulevard, they are working on a very, very large development that encapsulates, maybe that's not the right word, but they can express it better, the Texas Instruments campus there. That's kind of on both sides of the campus. And so this is the concept plan that was in the agreement, and you'll recall that the focus of the agreement, I'm actually going to let Rob speak to that because he's going to give better explanation of the agreement and why we did it. So Rob, if you don't mind speaking to that.
Happy to do so. Some of the council may recall, but some of you are newer. So the focus of this agreement, while it deals a bit with Highland Boulevard, the primary issue was an annexation issue. Highland City and Lehigh City had for a long time an annexation agreement where we set our mutual boundaries and where unincorporated properties would annex into various cities. This parcel was designated in that agreement as to be annexed into Highland and not into Lehigh. After D.R. Horton acquired the Micron property, these portions of it, they, for their reason, desired to keep their development as one contiguous development, which makes sense for them, and keep that all in Lehigh. So they desired to annex this, which was at the time unincorporated areas, into Lehigh rather than into Highland, as the cities had previously agreed. So the primary motivation for this tri-party agreement, it's not, technically speaking, it's not a development agreement. It doesn't establish rights. The city isn't actually approving any development because all of this is, none of this is located in Highland in terms of the development. We have some impacts that we're dealing with regarding Highland Boulevard, but the cities agreed that Highland City would not, essentially not contest the annexation, allow Lehigh to annex this parcel in. We cleaned up a little bit of an annexation of some property we owned along Highland Boulevard that was not in Highland. And then we set, as Andy explained, some terms regarding the improvement of the 11800 intersection with Highland Boulevard and the maintenance obligations with Lehigh City. However, throughout the agreement, it is clear that the city retains ownership and control over Highland Boulevard, that is a Highland City road, and that the city would review and work with Lehigh on any proposed construction or improvements to Highland Boulevard.
And that would include the intersection being a roundabout versus a traffic light.
So
that's our decision?
Yes, the agreement just says we need some kind of traffic control signal in there, and I can quote you the exact language of it. Essentially, we agreed that between the three parties, Lehigh City, Highland City, and D.R. Horton, we would put in a traffic control device. We didn't specify what it was because even then we weren't sure if it was going to be a light, a roundabout, some other creative design. We just would share the cost of that equally through this process. So we anticipated that there would be definitely an intersection and some kind of improvement there. We're deciding now what that is, including the median issue and those other items that Andy spoke to. So that's kind of the history of where this agreement came from.
So Rob, can I ask a question? I believe one of the requests tonight is, one is about the roundabout or traffic light. I think the council in October gave kind of direction saying we were looking more at the roundabout. There's also some other connections that it's in the, if you want to say in the agreement, there was a drawing. They are asking about an access point at Grant. And there's also, I think, a third access point midway down in the development. Is that addressed in the agreement, or how is that to be looked at in the agreement?
The agreement does not address it. The only thing that's addressed is this, you see this Exhibit B. This is an exhibit to the agreement. The city, there's no real language regarding other intersections. There was a reference to a traffic study, but as I recall, the traffic study even then only really even analyzed the Grant intersection and the 11800 intersection, and not that middle one. The language of it, I mean, there's a lot of language regarding the traffic control of the 11800 intersection. There's not really anything else regarding any other intersection. There's no specific language in the contract. The only language in the contract regarding Highland Boulevard is, it says in paragraph 2, Highland shall continue to own and maintain the Highland Boulevard section. Lehigh is responsible for 50% of the maintenance of that. Highland staff shall coordinate with Lehigh staff as part of any planned maintenance, improvement, repair, or other construction project involving the Highland Boulevard section. There's nothing that the city affirmatively said, we have approved each of these intersections. There is this concept plan that indicates there might have been a connection, but even with the concept plan, the city was approving part of essentially the terms of the negotiation, where Highland City asked that the properties bounding Highland be the lower density, more active, the senior housing, the more compatible with Highland zoning. And they agreed to that. There's certain density rules in there about different types of units and how that would be spaced out through there. That was the city's primary concern at the time. We didn't really address any other intersections other than, we had medians we wanted to address. We addressed parkway detail along the western boundary of their property, or the eastern property, western of Highland Boulevard, and the 11800 traffic control issue.
So would it be, as the discussion tonight, that any other access point other than where we're talking about roundabout is a discussion that's open, the council, what I'm trying to ask, we are not saying, hey, we are bound by where they're showing these connections other than where we're talking about the roundabout. That's all part of discussion and negotiation on if there's other connections on the Highland Boulevard.
Correct.
I just want to make sure as we're having the developer come up, we understand.
Right, but if there's nothing in the agreement that addresses whether or not there's going to be 2 or 3 access points, we want to have a voice in whether there's 2 or 3.
Correct.
Where will that be addressed if it's not addressed in the agreement?
Well, the agreement did address it. It said Highland City continues to own Highland Boulevard, and this is how we're addressing it, is we're basically having a request for, and this happens in various cities, it always happens along the boundaries of how we handle those connections. That's the discussion we are having, is how we want to address that and work with D.R. Horn on that.
So we do have a say in that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. But to maybe further on your question, Councilmember Campbell, we would anticipate that following tonight and our discussion tonight, that both staff and D.R. Horton representatives would take the direction of the council, finish up the planning of this, and ultimately that there would be a plan for this corridor that both Highland City and Lehigh City ultimately approve and concur with. And so tonight, this discussion, there's no action plan for tonight. It's just strictly discussion, but we are going to take the feedback of the council and the direction of the council to then implement that planning, to then ultimately work towards that, jointly approved plan by the 2 communities. Just as Robin indicated that, we committed that while it's our road and we own it, we're going to work together towards something that.
So Andy, there was a drawing that I saw up here that showed a light at Grant. Is that new, or is that part of when we were doing discussions with the Lehigh and that? Not this one. Go back one more. There, it says future traffic light up there at Grant Boulevard.
Yeah.
Is that a new discussion item, or was that been discussed throughout the years?
That hasn't been discussed throughout the years. As Rob indicated in the agreement, the focus was really 11800 North. That future traffic signal element came out of discussions with their traffic engineer, and they had projected that there would be a day in the future where a traffic control device would be needed at that point, or may be needed, at Grant. And so this figure is one that is just generally trying to, it's one that just was generated by us as the city, just trying to point out basic addresses and basic locations that we're talking about.
Okay,
we'll be talking about.
Grant is where there's been so understanding the DR Horton would like to have access there at the Grant
Correct.
Boulevard.
They're requesting an access at Grant.
And then they're requesting, of course, the access there at 11800 North,
Correct.
118th North. And then there's another one in the middle of the thing where they're requesting.
Yeah, there's another one 500 feet north of 11800 North that they are requesting. The one that's indicated just says requested access. And some of the bullet points, I call it the third access, but that's what we're talking about when we're saying the third access to the corridor there.
Just south of that development, west of Highland Boulevard, those houses in there, is that Highland or is that Lehigh?
That's Highland.
That is Highland.
So
that extension of 11800, that's going to be our road. Is that right?
No, the extension of 11800 to the west lands within Lehigh, and that'll be a Lehigh road. So
very good.
So we will meet up. The Lehigh Highland border will be on the westerly right of way of Highland Boulevard and the easterly portion of the DR Horton development, and then those homes that we see just in the bottom of the picture. That would be the end of Highland, and all the DR Horton development, the extension 11800, all of that will be in Lehigh. Okay. So I hope that gives a picture. Councilman Smith.
Okay. Just one question. In the agreement, we talked about the intersection at 11800, and it seems like Lehigh was paying a third, we were paying a third, the developer would pay a third. Now we're introducing a possible future traffic signal up on Grant Boulevard. I don't think that's covered in the contract, so who would pay for that? Because that's a Highland Road.
I think
would it be the same agreement?
Ultimately, that's the whole reason we're here to talk tonight, right?
So, Scott, we have to agree if we even
to work through these details, right?
Our highway there.
Well, they want an access at Grant, right?
Yeah, but we have to,
with a possible future light and then another access halfway down, right?
So that's,
which wasn't in the concept.
That's where probably the discussion is. In the agreement, we've agreed to access 11800 North.
Right.
Then there's a concept that they're showing access at Grant, but we don't have an agreement showing them having access.
And how to do the intersection.
And so that's something we need to talk with DR Horton on and work. That's why I think, Andy, is that what is the reason? What's the discussion tonight? Is it about making? Hey, we already said in October we're kind of favoring roundabout. We've got some traffic engineer stuff back. Is it discussion of the roundabout? Is it discussion about what we're doing on Highland Boulevard? What is it we're needing to discuss tonight?
Yes to all.
Okay.
Yes to all on all of those points. But back to what both you were indicating and Councilmember Smith was indicating is that these other two accesses were really not detailed in the agreement, and the expenses associated with it were not detailed in the agreement. And so, number one, the first question is, will we grant an access at these points? Will we grant an access at Grant Avenue? And will we grant the third access? And then if we do, what are the conditions associated with that?
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes, please.
Andy, has the density on that section that's bordering Highland, is that the same as when we were presented the initial plan, or has that changed? Because I know we had requested the lower density on that border.
So from what we've been shown by DR Horton, and I don't want to speak for their specific land use plan because I haven't spent a lot of time in that plan, if you will, because really we've focused a lot on the corridor, the Highland corridor. But from what we've been shown on their plans, my belief is that in material aspects, they're complying with this concept plan, which indicated that their larger estate lots would border the existing Highland subdivisions on the that are on our western border, on their eastern border. And they've got the senior housing that's adjacent to kind of across from the senior housing that's in Sky Estates. And so from what I've seen of their land use plan, they're complying with those elements of it. But I will freely admit that I have not studied their land use plan. It hasn't been other than to ask those types of questions. I haven't really climbed down.
So Brittany, is your question about item number E in the agreement where it talks about the set forth of minimum lot sizes in the subdivision of the Horton property directly adjacent to the Highland is shown on the concept of being half acre? Is that your question, or is it throughout the whole development?
No, I was mostly asking about that section that borders with Highland. I thought that we had heard at one point that they had changed the layout a little bit.
We have an agreement here that's what they entered into. We can ask D.R. Horton when they come up if that's been changed, and then that might be another.
They did have some flexibility within the agreement. Essentially, they set out numbers and then they could adjust it up and down and kind of rearrange things.
10%.
As long as the overall pods generally remain the same in the same areas with the same overall density. There's a total cap on units and different types of units as well, with a little bit of flexibility between those pods.
But Rob, can I ask a question?
Yes.
That's in the whole developments in Lehigh. We have no say over that, right?
Not directly. Presumably, we could work with Lehigh, as part of any approval process to enforce this. And I'll say it this way. I don't anticipate D.R. Horton wanting to, have any issues in complying with this agreement. I don't believe that's their intent. We would have the contractual right to enforce this agreement as well if we needed to. I don't believe that's their goal or intent in moving forward with Lehigh.
Yeah, and we can have D.R. Horton address it. I'm not sure they've deviated, but if they have, like I
I've-
said, the
I'm just-
agreement should
yeah.
address, if there has that, then we'd have redress.
But you're correct that the whole land use approval process is all outside of Highland City's direct
Right.
control.
So can I ask Andy a question? I'm sorry to manipulate here. So we just did our traffic toolbox.
Yes.
And if I remember correctly, in the traffic toolbox, we had a discussion about stop signs are not a good way to slow down traffic. Does that also apply to lighted intersections? Now, I know that they control traffic flow very well, but does it help mitigate speed? Because there's been a problem on the Highland Boulevard. I think there was some clock going 90 to 100 miles an hour down it. There's been a lot of concern from Highland residents along the road about speeding. We hear lots of complaints about speeding in the city. This is a Highland road. So I think what decisions, and we're going to talk about roundabout versus traffic intersection with lights and different things, is there a difference between traffic mitigation with a roundabout versus a traffic light, or is there the same? What's the, I'd just like to be educated more. I saw the studies and they had contrary opinions.
I'll answer, and I'll also say you've got a number of traffic engineers that are sitting here in the office as well. You've got one that the city's paid to be here, and you've got a couple that D.R. Horton's paying to be here. So, so we've got all sorts of people that might want to chip in on that.
cooling.
But in a general sense, if you have a green light on the light, and you're heading southbound, and I think southbound is principally the speeding direction that the city's concerned about, or south and northbound. I say southbound because you're coming off the hill, and you tend to be going a little faster coming off the hill there. You're going to proceed through that traffic signal at whatever speed
you can.
either you're going or the traffic is going. When you approach a roundabout, the typical speeds through a roundabout are about 20 miles an hour, in the vicinity of 20 miles an hour. And so by virtue of that, the roundabout does have a dampening effect on that. Now, conversely, when you get a red light, you have to stop, and so that certainly is a severe speed mitigation, but, so you've kind of got both ends of that. But overall, the roundabout, in my opinion, tempers those speeds.
So let me ask you this.
More predictably.
So Andy, is Keller and Associates who the Highland City hired?
Yes. Highland
So
City
that might
hired
address-
Keller.
So my understanding is the city hired an engineering firm specifically to go look at roundabouts and things that way. And you're
Correct.
saying that they're here today, right?
They're here today. Keller
And
is
then-
here,
then-
and Horrocks representatives, who are the developers, engineers, traffic engineers, are also here today. So both traffic experts are here. I will note that the city also commissioned Horrocks for an element of this, and that was for the runaway truck study.
Okay.
So I'm going to run through this real quick, and I think it might summarize that. And that is that following our discussion on October 17th, the staff relayed the direction from the council at that time. And D.R. Horton has since submitted some designs for the corridor that were more in depth than what we looked at on the 17th. We have not provided detailed comments to D.R. Horton on those because there were some overarching larger issues that we're here to talk about tonight. And then once we can work through those, we'll delve into the details, so to speak, on those plans. But they have provided, those detailed planning efforts have provided some things that we're going to look at, which do address some of the traffic calming elements that we've been talking to and about here. So tonight's discussion is we're trying to work through these larger issues. We commissioned Horrocks to do a runaway truck study for us to look at, what do we do with, we've had some experiences where some of the larger vehicles coming off the corridors lost their brakes. We also commissioned an independent study from Keller. The reason we went to Keller is they've done a number of roundabout designs and could provide us feedback on roundabout at the intersection to see whether it would be effective and what it would look like if it was effective. Lehigh City, following our study of the roundabout, commissioned a review by Hales Engineering. We heard from Ryan Hales last meeting on some traffic issues here in the city. And then D.R. Horton submitted further information to us on Monday relative to the third access that they had Horrocks do. And so, like I say, we've got all sorts of traffic that's been studied here on the corridor.
But once again, the final decision on roundabout or light is Highland City.
Yeah, the agreement says that we're all going to jointly agree to the treatment there. But in my discussions with Lehigh City staff, ultimately it's come down to it is Highlands corridor, and provided the corridor and the planning is deemed to be safe and effective, Lehigh is going to, at least this is their staff, and I understand they have a council that makes decisions just like you do for us, but their staff is saying it's Lehigh, it's Highlands Road. Ultimately, it's Highlands Road, and if Highland says this is what we want and it's safe and effective, we're going to support that. Is at least the commentary from the staff. So I just wanted to run through these few studies real quick, and then we'll get to kind of our discussion points. So looking at, I'm going to first look at the runaway trucks. So up there on top of the hill, right where Traverse Ridge Road and Suncrest Drive meet, there's a sign that tells all the trucks that are big, that have 3 axles or more, they have to head down the Highland side because the grade on the Draper side is too steep.
Great.
As part of Horrocks' study, they did measure the speeds in the 3 locations that were considered for the runaway truck ramps, and they also measured it, how fast are the big vehicles going versus the passenger cars going. The average speeds are shown there. Just bookmarking the ends of it, the vehicles are going between 60 and 40 miles an hour, in the Draper sections, and the smaller vehicles are favoring, the higher, 55 to 60 range. They also looked at crashes. They looked at the crash data. There's a database that's maintained. These were crashes over the last 5 years. There's a state database that you can go to look at the crashes. So in that database, up to 22, I think the database is current through 2022, there were eight crashes on the upper section, which is kind of that last big bend before you hit Highland. That'd be the yellow one on the map. There were 7 crashes in kind of that middle area, but that last bend into Highland and kind of the Sky Estates area. And then as you get into Highland, the 11800 North area and kind of on south, there were 13 crashes, and 3 of those involved the heavy trucks. And so what it appears is that, the trucks you know, whether they're heating up their brakes as they're descending the grades, coming around that, and then finally the brakes go out when they hit the blue, or whether, you know, they just finally are really starting to press the brakes when they hit the blue. But that's where the crashes seem to happen with the heavier vehicles. So the Horrocks looked at 3 locations for the truck ramp, and those 3 locations are shown on the map on the left. Their recommended location is location 2, and it's just it's shown in that aerial photo that's in the middle, and it's just before you hit Highland, is kind of where it's at. And then they looked at the type of facility that would be effective for us, and the one that they've recommended is similar to the one that's in Garden City, or just outside of Garden City. If you've been to Garden City recently and descended out of the Logan Canyon route, and it's shown in the photo there on the bottom right. Fairly expensive, like significantly expensive. They're basing their estimate on what the Garden City ramp cost, but in today's dollars, $5.7 million. In a projected future dollar, just under $7 million. So this is a significant expense. It's something that obviously Highland City is not going to be able to fund. And in all fairness to D.R. Horton, D.R. Horton is not causing the runaway truck issue, right? And the brakes issue, you know, brakes failing issue. That's an issue with the trucks descending out of Draper. So we commissioned and paid for that because our big question was, well, should this be in front of the D.R. Horton development? And for some good reasons that we're going to get to, it makes sense to put it at this location, just outside of Highland, but it's that last big straightaway before you make the bend, and then you're in Highland. And it's a smaller bend there. So next, we looked at the roundabout. As we said, we hired Keller to look at the intersection for us, and it's kind of an independent look. Horrocks' recommendations was a traffic signal, because they found that a single lane roundabout would at some point in the future fail, and the double lane roundabout took a lot of room, and you know, were we really ready for a double lane roundabout? Keller came back and said what we think works with the projected traffic numbers is what's kind of often referred to as a turbo roundabout, and that's where you have basically 2 lanes in your heavier traffic direction, and then 1 lane in your lighter traffic direction. And so this is a concept rendering of what that roundabout might look like. I will note that ultimately, as we look at this corridor, and as we work with Lehigh and you know, everybody's experts, if you will, to figure out you know, the final configuration of this intersection, and if it is roundabout, the final configuration of the roundabout. In some recent meetings with Lehigh, they've said, hey, we think we might want to back up and look at our total traffic projections and make sure we're right on the nail. So this is the latest and greatest, best information we have, but as we look and tighten up some of our traffic forecasts, it may be that we come back and say, you know, actually a single lane roundabout would work, you know, but Keller found that a roundabout of this shape would work with the current traffic projections. Now there is an important part to the roundabout, and that is that roundabouts are not really good on pedestrian safety when it comes to the lane that exits the roundabout. As you come into the roundabout, you watch pretty good, but as you leave the roundabout, you tend to lose sight of those pedestrians. And Lehigh has experienced some of their roundabouts. They have a number of them that are near elementary schools that their crossing guards have had challenges with getting the people to obey the crossing guard, if you will, and especially in multi-lane roundabout scenarios. And so one of the things that we investigated was, okay, how can we get the school kids across safely? Because all of the school kids, both in the Highland neighborhoods that are already in Highland, and then all the school kids, the elementary school kids, sorry, I'm focusing specifically on elementary age, are going to end up going to Ridgeline Elementary, and they're going to have to cross this corridor, and the likely place for them to cross and the safest place for them to cross is going to be at this intersection. And so we looked at what could be done to make a roundabout safe for the crossing guards and for the school kids. And what's being recommended is on the 3 legs of the roundabout, the east, the west, and the north, that rectangular, RRFB stands for Rectangular Rapid Flashing Beacons. That's that trail crossing light that we put on 6,000 West of the trail there, where you push the button and the little flashers go off. It was important to note that there would be those beacons in the center islands. So not only would they be on the edge, but they would be on the center. But on the south leg, what's being recommended is that we look at what's called a hawk crossing, and we have one in Highland that you all will recognize. There is a hawk signal right in front of Lone Peak High School. So, we're all familiar with how that works. You the kids push the button, it turns to yellow, it tells you you're going to have to stop. When it turns to solid red, you stop. As it starts to flash, then you take cautionary measures and move forward. So if we go back to the...
Andy, can I just interrupt you? We're coming up on 10 p.m.
Oh, sorry.
So with that, the council, we have to make a decision. Do we continue this meeting past 10 p.m.? We have an ordinance that says no. They have to make a motion to do such.
I move that we continue, we extend the meeting until 10:30 p.m.
Okay, I have a motion by Doug.
I'll second that.
Yes.
A second by Ron. All in favor?
Aye.
Any not? Any
Aye.
opposed? We are now extended 10:30. Okay, sorry.
Okay. No, perfect. Sorry. I'll try to cover a little ground a little quicker. Like looking down, and I get talking and didn't realize how close we were. Okay, so we'd put a hawk at the south leg to then the advantage of the hawk is it's not in your peripheral vision. It's right in front of you, right? Plus, people tend to obey red lights a lot more than they obey yellow, right? If we're just behavior patterns. Okay, looking at the D.R. Horton plan that they submitted to us, one feature that's been incorporated on the D.R. Horton plan that couples with that truck study is you'll notice on the right-hand side of your page, or this would be on the north part of Highland Boulevard, they're showing a narrowing as you come into Highland. And so what has been discussed is that we would kind of choke down the southbound lane, if you will, to try and encourage the traffic to slow down. So part of the reason that we looked at that runaway truck lane just ahead of that is we would want the trucks to have a vision of this narrowing, to have some advanced signage that the speed limit was going to change, that there was a runaway truck lane, and also they would see this narrowing and hopefully begin to test their brakes, and if the brakes weren't working so well, they'd take the runaway truck lane. That narrowing's been proposed in an attempt to help slow things down so that the Grant intersection would function better. We've also talked about having acceleration and deceleration lanes on Grant, on their side of Grant, because their senior housing is closest to Grant. We don't know which intersection those folks are going to use, but certainly a percentage of those traffic is going to use Grant. Also shown on this drawing are the way that they would propose the islands. You'll note that some of the islands between the various turn lanes that have to happen, you don't have a whole lot of vegetation. You just kind of have a guidance island, if you will. Probably the one that is most up for discussion is the third access, where in order to create the left turn pocket into the third access, there's a break in the island and again, less vegetative matter there. So that's all part of the consideration, if you will, as you look at the third access. I'm going to keep moving fairly quickly. This is a cross-section of what would be proposed to finish out Highland Boulevard. All the stuff that has the gray shading is what they would finish, which would include the parkway detail. You'll note it's 28 instead of 29 because we have asked for those additional turn lanes and acceleration lanes, deceleration lanes to help people get in and out of Grant. this is at one place, and ultimately this may slightly vary as we work through those lane configurations, but they are intending to comply with the agreement in that they would finish, Highland Boulevard with the Parkway detail and to match, the general configuration of the agreement. Okay, so just running through real quick our discussion points tonight. The agreement originally contemplated a potential trail connection through those neighborhoods south of this development. We were informed by D.R. Horton that the property owners that were potentially considering allowing a trail through their property changed their mind. So right now there's no connection by a trail to the development, but the agreement does note something to the effect of if that property owner is willing, or it acknowledges that we weren't forcing that property owner to allow a trail connection. We've talked a little bit about the runaway trucks and the potential there. That is something that we've submitted to MAG for consideration of future planning and funding, but something that we probably have to work more on a regional scale and work with Draper. I've sent an email to Draper's Assistant Public Works Director suggesting that we'd like to meet in the near future and talk about these things, but that's probably a Draper Highland discussion. The element that will go back to that narrowing just as you enter Highland City will function for speed calming, and would also give us a placemaking area where you could have a welcome to Highland sign right at the city boundary. We do need to talk about the 11800 North intersection. Are we going to do a roundabout or a traffic signal? We showed you the turbo roundabout that Keller's recommending. We need to give final direction on the median islands, have them, don't have them. And then we need to talk about the additional accesses north of the roundabout. Our current city standard, the standard that was just adopted by the council January 16th, indicates no further access to Highland Boulevard. If it wasn't planned, it's not granted anymore. There's a couple that are planned down south by the church, and those have been included in those planning documents. But other than that, we wouldn't entertain any others to Highland Boulevard, because we looked at the corridor and said, basically all the accesses are planned. We also adopted some additional spacing standards when we adopted our speed calming manuals back in August or September, whenever we adopted that. So we need to discuss the access at Grant Boulevard, and that if there is a future traffic signal there, if there's any cost participations. We've talked about having acceleration, deceleration lanes at Grant. They are willing to do those. We just need to come up with the final configuration there. And there are some off-site improvements that are recommended in a longer-term scale at SR 92. The agreement, again, didn't contemplate those, and certainly those aren't the sole responsibility of D.R. Horton. They're a component of the collective traffic that's there now and the growth that will occur in the future, but component of that is D.R. Horton. With that, just kind of quick summary. We need your guidance on these points, and Lehigh will ultimately review it with them and get their concurrence. And no matter how you slice it and where we land, there are some fairly substantial costs that are going to come our way because of our participation agreements in these. And then ultimately, like I said, those improvements at 92 are probably a little farther off, but their consideration, something that wasn't even on our radar at that time. But their traffic engineers are here, and they can speak to their projections and on some of those elements. So with that, I thought the most appropriate point to go to would be these discussion items, and I think it'd be a good idea to hear from the Horton representatives, and our representative from Keller is here to answer your questions. But knowing the time, we'll probably give the time to Horton representatives to speak. Unless you have other questions for me.
Yeah, real quick on the runaway truck ramp. If we go to MAG, that's the earliest we're going to get that is probably 2028. They're 4 years out. How likely is that? And if we don't get it there, where in the world would we get it?
Right.
And it's on it's going to be on Lehigh property.
Well,
On
it'll be
Draper.
on Draper
But it's our
property.
or Draper property, excuse
Yeah,
me.
Draper
That's right,
property,
because
yeah.
it's up higher.
Although who knows by then? Sorry.
What?
So I didn't
We
mean to
looked
cut you
at it.
off,
It's
but-
Alpine Joint Ventures that owns a little bit to the, they're going to the north, which is in Draper at this time. Like I said, that could be annexed, but that's Alpine Joint Ventures. But I think, Ron, your question about MAG there, or we'd have to submit to the state for a special grant if we see some safety issues.
I think if we look and we're the most likely source of funding is going to be some type of grant funding for that because like I said I have a hard time relating that to D.R. Horton because while
Well, I
certainly
agree
it's
with
it's their frontage and that's what started the discussion was gee
Yeah.
should we be doing something here it's not them that's causing that but I doubt that Draper's going to come write us a check for $6 million and say go ahead and build that ramp and so I think collectively we're going to have to work with Draper find a location and seek funding together but when you're right, Ron. It's not going to happen concurrent with these improvements, and so we are going to.
It's my understanding we've already had 2 or maybe 3 runaway trucks. Is that right?
We've had a couple
Chief?
that I know of, and at least the accident records that they had access to indicated there were 3, but there's a couple that I'm aware of that happened in 21.
So yeah, I mean, the
So I have a-
reality is once we know that and the potential's there, we cannot ignore that.
I mean, and maybe this is a question for some traffic engineers, but I want to ask our public safety. Is it too early? I mean, where is the best spot? Where are we going to start seeing our risk of accidents? I mean, once we start having more traffic there at Grant, is that too soon for these runaway trucks? Is it going to be down at 11,800 north? Where, in your personal opinion, is it all along the whole corridor, or do you see it once it gets the straightaway? I mean, where are we going to start seeing our pinch points and issues?
I think you see from the study that most of the accidents have occurred on that straightaway once they burned out all those brakes. I think it's important to note that there's a speed change there too from 40 to 35. And so those trucks are using a little more brake to get slowed down. So that's where we're seeing the study shows that that's where we're seeing most of the accidents, especially those that involve the big trucks. So I think the earlier on that you can provide that ramp would probably be the best place to do it. To me, I think the suggested spot that this location number 2 is probably the best spot to put it. That's just my opinion. And I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm just a guy that cleans up the mess. But
I know that I can't remember what it's called, but there's a lot of communities that do not allow the braking using the engine and the transmission, whatever that's called.
Engine
it's
braking.
not allowed. Is that community going to be okay? Because if we don't allow that, it's like a double whammy. We're telling them they have to use their brakes. They can't use other means of slowing down that they're traditionally would use. And when you get into a community like what's going in here, very often they don't like that.
I'm
Residents.
sure we'll receive complaints if they get used in that corridor right now, but sporadically. And again, we don't sit up there all the time, but
Yeah, I would just hate to see us
as
limit
population
that
increases,
and
you're going to
then
get more
not
complaints.
expect to see more problems.
I know we have a couple more things on the agenda. We only have about 20 minutes left in this meeting. So what do you need to hear from us, and what do we need to hear from them while they're here?
So I think answers to all the points that are on the screen are what we need to cover. They would like to have a chance to at least talk to you and talk about their points and their point of view.
Okay, how about we go through this fast? Trail status, unless we hear from that resident who wants a trail, that's probably gone. Runaway truck ramp, we're not going to be able to resolve this because we don't have the funding. I'm just saying, the speed calming and placing on the city boundary, that's probably something we've got to discuss. The 11,800 north roundabout and traffic signal needs to probably be discussed, and that's what you have traffic engineers. The medians need to be decided tonight.
Well, yeah, because they're going to
And
plan
then
them, right?
and then additional accesses and access. So all those, I mean, they are pretty good. Okay, with that, Andy, where do you recommend? Do we need to hear from DR? Do we need to start hearing from our engineers? Where do you recommend we start?
Well, I think it's fair to give D.R. Horton a chance to talk a little bit and express their points. And then if whoever's engineer or whoever's expert you want to hear from there, we'll involve them.
Can I ask one quick question that Andy, either you can answer or they can answer? Because one of their major safety points revolved around that not being a good place for a crosswalk, right? Or that you won't want to have a crosswalk by a roundabout.
Right.
It's always been my understanding that those students were going to be boundaried to Belmont or Traverse Mountain because they're in Lehigh, and that's the way the school district works. So, but you mentioned that they're going to be going to Westfield?
You're smarter than I am on
Ridgeline.
that.
Ridgeline.
I assumed, but you've brought up an excellent point, and we did not verify with the district, but I have assumed because of the close proximity to Ridgeline and because they are going to have a road that goes over to the other side of the development. You'd have to bus the kids over there. I had assumed that the kids would go to Ridgeline, and that seemed logical to me, but I don't understand school boundaries nearly as much as you do, and so I
just would be an important thing to understand if we're saying that them getting to school is the important safety consideration, but I'm fairly confident they're boundaried to those Lehigh schools for now.
Well, and then you also, to be honest, you check in another couple of years and you might have a totally different district. Lehigh might be one different district and Highland might, I mean, we can talk all we want. Let's start D.R. Horton if you want. I don't know if it's Scott that wants to come up. Who wants to come up and kind of give us your pitch, and then we can kind of start bringing up and make decisions.
You bet. Scott Bishop with D.R. Horton. Andy thinks that was a very thorough introduction. A lot of things. I don't think this is as hard as you think it's going to be. We really are here to coordinate with, understand, and work with you. We came in October to the city, just trying to follow the tri-party agreement. And as was explained, we knew we needed to discuss: do we want a roundabout or do we want a traffic light? Do we want medians or no medians? And we wanted to show that we're keeping our plan in accordance with the tri-party agreement. And in that discussion, a bunch of other points started to come up: runaway truck ramps and other accesses and different things. And we had kept our plan exactly the same it was from the very beginning. So we just thought we were presenting exactly what we showed, and we just want to find out from Highland if you want this roundabout and if you want the medians, and then we'll put a plan together. And so as it's grown and become more complicated and other issues were brought up, we were asked if we would coordinate and work on some traffic calming. Would we be willing to deviate from the parkway agreement that we agreed that we would do and maybe widen the road a little bit better so that we can include some acceleration and deceleration lanes? We said, sure, let's do it. Let's add some traffic calming. Can we use Horrocks, your engineer? Will you share with them our whole study so that we can do a truck ramp thing? We said, you bet. We are really seriously here trying to coordinate and work with you and just understand what you want and provide the best situation that we can. So we really just wanted to get with you face to face and make sure you understood all of the pros and cons of both, and then we'll move forward with what you decide. Our understanding is the same as Andy explained. Lehigh City just kind of said, we do have some opinions about the best way to do it, but ultimately this is Highlands Road, and we'll most likely just support what they ask to be designed there, unless it's way outside of the tri-party agreement and different than that. But as far as the roundabout goes, maybe we'll start there. Whatever you propose, we're good with. We just want you to make sure that you understand the pros and cons to both sides, and then just let us know. As far as that goes, the couple things that are challenging with the roundabout that you need to decide on and be okay with is the cost is about double, and so the cost that will cost all of us will increase. The traffic signals will be around are estimated to be around $500,000 to $800,000 of improvements. The roundabout will be somewhere between 1 and 1.5 million. And so now each of us all pay a third of that. And so we just need to all be okay with that. We're okay with whatever way you want to go. The other difficulty with the roundabout is Highland City will have to condemn some property on the two adjacent property owners to nip and tuck a little bit of corner to create a little bit more right-of-way space. The roundabout takes a much larger footprint. And then other than that, I mean, we have had several traffic engineers look at it, and all of the ones that we've had look at it say that for pedestrians, the lighted traffic light is the best, safest way to go. For traffic, the roundabout might be the best way to calm things down. So really, we just need to make that decision. Who do we want to, which element do we want to get? Obviously, a roundabout probably looks aesthetically better than a standard intersection. And so we would love to hear from you tonight, knowing all of those things, which way you'd like us to head, and we'll move in that direction. Okay?
Thank you.
The median islands, same thing. Just tell us if you want them. We'll put them in. We split those costs 50-50, and we're happy to accommodate those and however you want to do that. The access to Grant Boulevard, we would really appreciate to see if we can do some coordination and some concessions both ways on that. We have several ideas that might be able to work. We really wanted to understand what the big issue is with the council with that access. It's something that we have always shown. It's always been there. And so we wanted to try to find out what are the real sticking points of having that. It's definitely in safe distance from any other roads and in both Highlands standards before you had passed this new thing in between the time we presented this and now. Sorry, the third access. Sorry, I'm talking about the third access. That's right. That third access. Yes.
I'm sorry, for clarity. Then you have 11,800. You have Grant, and you're now talking about the third
one in between. Yes, the one.
Because I'm ready to say, yeah, we'll give you Grant. Just don't take the third one.
Yeah, that's right. So Grant. I think Grant and the other one was always what was anticipated. At least when we met with city staff and the mayor earlier, they said we always knew those two would be there, but this third one, we must just not have noticed it in all of your other plans, and it didn't seem to be a big deal, but now it does. And so we're trying to understand why that is and see if we can make some concessions and accommodations. One of the thoughts is to make it only a right-in, right-out, where we can still keep that landscaped median all the way up that road, but it still allows another access to pull some of the traffic out of those other intersections.
So there'd be no left turn.
No left turns. The issue is for a good, I mean, having access and connectivity is important. And without that center one, the distance between the bottom access at 11,800 and Grant is almost a half a mile. It's about 0.4 miles between those two, and we're trying to create a good development with those. It's just a long stretch of land without being able to have those accesses. At the same time, if the answer is you just absolutely can't have it, but we'll move forward. But we are working. We are doing everything we can to accommodate all of the other things that Highland has asked us to do, and so we're just asking to see if you'd be willing to work with us on that one as well.
So this third access, I mean, do you have a name for it? It might be nice if we had a name for it. So because we keep kind of confusing.
I don't know if we've named that street yet. We,
okay.
You know, our concept plan and everything that we've been planning is still exactly there, because until this gets defined, it's going to obviously affect our layout throughout the development. And
okay,
so,
thank you.
Yeah, it hasn't been named.
We'll call it Northy.
Well, I wondered if I
think
voted
we
for
could
it,
call
they'd
it
name it after
the
me.
middle
I was going to
access
call it Smith.
in
Smith
between.
Lane. Okay, so let's kind of come in on the roundabout versus a traffic signal. What information you needing to be able to help make a decision between the roundabout and a traffic signal? You want to talk? We've hired an engineering firm to kind of look at that. I think what has been said maybe for pedestrians, a roundabout is not the best. However, for cars and everything else for traffic mitigation, it seems to work better for cars. And that seems to be logical. And I don't know, maybe we ought to have our engineer come up and talk with us on that. Would you rather have the engineer come up and address some of that?
Well, he could tell us a little more.
Okay. Scott, is there anything else before we?
I think that's it, other than all of these other some of these others we've never talked about. And so there's some other things on here now, offsite improvements at SR 92 and whether or not Grant Boulevard will be allowed or permitted. Those are all brand new, kind of catch us off guard a little bit again. And so well,
I think on the Grant, I think that lines up with what coming from our Sky Estate. But I think the question is, do we need a traffic signal there? Do we need a roundabout? What do we need? If that's why when I saw that it said future traffic signal, what's anticipated there at Grant? That long term, what do we need to have there?
The traffic study said through our full build out, there's still nothing needed, but it did say anticipated after 2050, roughly there could be a need for another traffic signal or something there. So
2050. No, that's 20 years.
Scott, I just wanted to tell you thanks for being willing to work with us. I think that's very kind.
Thank you. You bet.
So, Scott, let me ask you, there was a question that came up earlier tonight, maybe before you sit down. As we look at what the concept where you have the state lots that are half acres surrounding Highland and keeping to the senior, have you kept to that, or is the plan changed?
I don't know where that rumor came from. It's stayed exactly the same. We're keeping all of that in keeping, and we'll keep Highland City apprised of when we're running things through City Council at Lehigh, and you're welcome to attend and make sure you feel good about it. But we'll stick with that.
As we look at the purple area, is that age targeted or is that age restricted?
Age targeted.
Okay, so anyone can live there.
Yeah.
Is that locked in? I mean, can that be age restricted?
No, but age target doesn't mean anything. It means that there's a marketing thing.
It'll be.
I'm targeting a thrown adult, but I really don't.
It's exactly right, and it's why I don't like it.
Good sales job.
I mean, it's Lehigh. It's not our deal, but I just think age targeted is a joke. It's a marketing ploy, and age restricted is a real deal.
So we're past that.
So just to remind, we're looking for, this is still a discussion item, so there's no vote we're asking for the council to make, but we are asking for direction so we can put together probably some kind of term sheet or direction so that we can get Lehigh, D.R. Horton, and us all on the same page of what's going to go and happen on this road moving forward.
We'd like to come back with a plan, an actual plat, and that you will look at it and say, hey, that's what we talked about. That looks good.
Yeah, we'd anticipate that final step of, okay, we're approving it, Lehigh's approving it, we're all in, that's the plan.
Any other questions for D.R. Horton? Okay, thank you.
I think the only last thing that I would love to know is what are the main concerns about that third access? Is it the median?
Do we want to address that now, or do you want
does
to
a right in, right out help?
Grant, kind of go through that and we'll hit
I've got my own reluctance about it. I would prefer it not have any, but if we do, I would like to see the median continue and just have right and left, no left turn coming out of there to go north. And it just has to do with the traffic on Highland Boulevard and recognizing that if we can force some to go west out of that area instead of coming onto Highland and going down to SR 92 and locking all that up, it just seems favorable to me. I'm not a traffic engineer. So.
I'm in agreement with Ron.
Okay. Anyone else want to give a shout out on the third access at this time?
Well, that's helpful.
I don't have an opinion. I'd just like to hear from our engineers.
Okay, sounds good.
Who are far more experienced in this.
Hey guys, we are coming up. We only said 10:30. I don't know if we want to make a motion. Do we want a motion to go past 10:30 because it's 10:40?
I move that we go to 10:45.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
One nay. One nay. One nay.
Oh, come on, Kim. You could have voted for my motion.
She came in from California. I know. Okay, so we're going to ask, I believe, Andy, you mentioned that we had, was it Keller and Associates?
We have Mike Clark is here with Keller and Associates. They did the study on the roundabout to kind of delve a little deeper into the roundabout and to the hawk signal that we're talking about to try and overcome the pedestrian elements of that. So Mike is here, and his firm did the study, and so happy to answer any questions that you may have relative to that roundabout. And he'll probably just respond to your questions.
Okay. You've been here for 3.5 hours, so you get to.
I've been to Plan Commission, went till 1, so.
Mike, what's your opinion roundabout traffic signal?
I'm a roundabout guy for sure. Not
Even
just
if it costs a lot more.
opinion, they do cost more. So my background, I was at Smash Fork for 6 years, and we did the first roundabout there, and now we're got 10 plus roundabouts there now. First one was not great. It wasn't designed well. We had police officers there. Like we've really delved into the study side of that. But overall, they're safer for pedestrians and motorists.
They are safer, because you just made a comment, safer
Correct.
for pedestrians.
Yeah.
That does not seem just logical. It doesn't seem to be safe. I mean, because if you're at a light, you can cross where the light's at. You see the flasher. If you're in a roundabout, people are worrying about make the curve. So how's it safer for pedestrian?
So when you cross a signal, you're crossing, think of the one where the Hawk is now. How wide is that road, right? You're crossing from sidewalk to sidewalk all in one shot. Where in a designed roundabout, you have a refuge island halfway. So at most, if it's a single lane roundabout, you're crossing 14 feet, 15 feet at a time versus, say, 50 feet.
Okay.
Right? The other one is especially on a single lane roundabout, right? You have one car stopped and you're crossing, you can eye contact with them. When you have a signal, you have maybe 2 lanes or whatever, and the second car can't see you because there's a vehicle in the way. So you think if you're crossing this way, you can't see the pedestrian as they cross in front of the other vehicle until they're right there.
Okay, so what you're saying is there's a median in a sense. They go one section, and then they get the attention of the other driver, and then they cross.
And then they go the
And
other
So what
section.
you're saying is they're handling one driver at a time, where if it's a light, they have to worry if they're coming left, if they're coming right, everything about it.
And you also have turns, right? You
Yeah,
have left-hand
you do have
turns. So you have a walking guy, you're walking, but there's someone that has a left-hand turn. Are they watching for pedestrians along with everything else? So again, that's anecdotal. That's something you can just maybe picture while you're driving. Multiple studies done, converting conventional intersections to roundabouts reduce pedestrian crashes by about 75%. Multiple studies. Single lane roundabouts are particularly, because of that reason, a benefit. On the crash side of things, injury crashes are the big reduction, right? Because most of your crashes are side swipes, and you guys probably see it on the PD side, right? As you're coming around, you're only looking at one way of traffic. If you ignore it, at most it's a side swipe. And if you design the roundabout right, you're 15, 20 miles an hour. There's not a large case for injuries there, right? If someone runs a red light and T-bones, that's, even 30 miles an hour, it gets bad quick. Same thing with pedestrians. If someone gets hit going 5 miles an hour versus 25, the injury level to fatality then gets exponentially worse, right? So
my concern about pedestrian safety here particularly, and given what Brittany pointed out about the school boundary, maybe that's not such a big concern. But if we're worried about school kids going east-west along there, I'm concerned about them willing to walk 200 feet out of the way to get to the light.
They do it, yeah. Do you have
Right.
anything, you said in Spanish Fork you did stuff. Are you by elementaries there?
So we haven't done Hawks. We've done the RFBs in Spanish Fork. We just converted all of the stop signs. All of them had a 4-way stop. All of them were converted to flashing RFBs, and we didn't have a crash this year with any incident with the kids. We've talked to the principals, the crossing guards, because they were really nervous at first, right? Wait, you're taking out our stop signs to put in these flashing RFBs. But police officers found speed limit was more adhered to, and then the flashing really helped with the kids and crossing and everything else.
But in that case, you're not asking the kids to walk an extra 200 feet to get to it's the same.
Sure, and
that's the only concern I really have.
No,
about
absolutely.
pedestrian safety here.
And the Hawk, traditionally, you want to have it farther away from an intersection, like the Lehigh one. There's ones that have done it. There's about 30 of them in the United States where they put Hawks at each leg of the intersections. So where you see the RFB crossing on that graphic up there, they've swapped those out for Hawks. So 30 in the whole United States versus RFBs. It's not a overly common thing. But it's been done, and it's shown to be successful. There's not one local that you can look at.
So your recommendation is to go with a roundabout?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about the roundabout? So the only thing, I like roundabouts better, but my question is, how much of the property from Highland property owners would you have to take to get the roundabout?
I don't know exactly.
I mean, to me, that's a big thing.
Sure, and the idea of the concept is it would fit within the fence lines. You're not digging into someone's backyard kind of thing. We're working on right now with updating some of the forecasting numbers. Might be able to get to a single lane, which would then drastically decrease the amount that's needed in that take. So before we get down to square footage and where it's coming from, we wanted to kind of push that path for a little bit and see if we can just get to a single lane. And then that property take question gets a lot easier. And then this one, you could probably shift it to the northwest a little bit to minimize the take on the northeast. Yeah.
So if I understand right, you said at roundabouts, there's less traffic fatalities. Is that correct?
Yep.
So I work just above where North County hooks into State Street. I mean, it's been 2 months ago, there were 2 people killed there. I mean, it's a routine issue on that intersection, which is very high speed and dangerous. And I hate to get in it. I kind of pray when I try to turn in that intersection. So I like the idea of a roundabout because I think they're safer. And because the other thing they do is they really slow the traffic. And I find intersections are great unless you run through them. And that happens routinely on that intersection.
Yeah, and people tend to, kind of like the medians, they slow down when they feel a sense of being closed in versus wide open. And having something physically in the middle of an intersection, mentally starts slowing people down. It prepares them for slowing down versus, oh no, there's a yellow light. Can I stop or should I speed up?
Speed up.
You're just planning on, hey, I got to slow down because I can't hit this going 40.
So we talked about a runaway truck ramp. Is there any studies about trucks as they enter a roundabout? If they have brakes gone, will they just kind of hit in the middle, and so the accident happens more? There, what happens? I mean, because they don't have brakes. Naturally, if they don't have brakes, they're running the light. I mean, we know that they're going to T-bone someone on light. How does it work for a roundabout?
Your imagination's probably as good as any.
I guess
I don't think there's a study on runaway trucks.
The other, they might tip before they get there. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
I've actually thought the same question. I wondered, what are they going to do if we don't?
Council, are you needing more information from?
So in just general things to keep in your mind, crashes go down 35%. When you first put a roundabout in, typically there's a little more just as people are used to them. We saw that in Spanish Fork. But as you get more and more, some time frame, about 35-40% reduction in crashes. But it's the severity that's 75-80% that goes down. So you'll have the side swipes, you'll have little fender benders here and there, but the injuries are the thing that is the focus of the roundabout.
What's the cost difference? Do you have any idea what a light cost? I mean,
It's what they said.
So 800,000 for a light, 1.2 for roundabout.
Yeah.
It's 125% more.
Plus taking property,
25% more, yeah. In Spanish, you could triple it by buying a fourplex. I mean, it just kind of depends. The land acquisition is a big component of it. But getting a corner of something versus buying an entire house or two it's a big difference.
I didn't think about it until Kurt asked about the runaway trucks. I'm sure the answer is yes, but just to avoid feeling stupid down the road for having thought about it, if the answer is we don't know. The turning radius here on the roundabout that's designed is perfectly good for the biggest trucks that are coming down that road.
Yeah, so there's a program you run around it once you've kind of designed it, and it's called auto turn, and you run a different size of, fire truck, a big RC Willey truck to a semi, and this would be built to have the biggest trucks be able to go through the roundabout, meaning north-south through it, not necessarily.
But Draper has some restrictions on truck sizes. Only 3 axles or more are not allowed on there, so you're going to have smaller trucks coming.
You're talking up in Suncrest?
Up at Suncrest. So that's who's going to be coming down with a big truck.
So you shouldn't have semis is what you're saying? Okay, other information you're needing?
I do want to chip in, though. We are going to have to make sure that, and we will make sure that, that a semi can navigate that. Typically, that's with the apron inside of the roundabout, but we'll make sure that, if a semi does come to the corridor, it can pass.
Here's one thing that we probably didn't ask. If we put a light, we have no vehicles to maintain the light. So we say, it costs us $400,000 more. Well, we'd have to hire an outside firm maybe to come in and do the light. I'm just saying, we don't maintain any lights, and this would now be a Highland light. We could, I guess,
So in the end, there might be a lot of costs.
well,
within-
it depends
yeah.
if we try to get our own vehicle or if we farm it out the service, so. Okay.
A lot of communities, Spanish Fork, yeah, they hire Mike with Pine Top, and I mean, it's something a lot of cities handle or deal with, is hiring consultants to help them out. But
Okay.
What about access to Third? Or do you have any issues with that?
the middle access,
Yeah.
whatever we're calling it,
Now, what was your question?
Oh, the access, the middle access. If he has any
middle access.
Yeah.
the third one,
Third road, the
whatever-
third access.
whatever the
What are
name
we
was.
calling it? Horton Road.
Horton Road,
Horton Road,
the third,
Horton the third.
between Grant and Lebanon.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically we go off of the access spacing based on the classification of the road. So the higher the speed, the more busy it is, the less access you want to have. So Lehigh has some direction. Horrocks did Spanish Forks back in the day. The Highland one now, UDOT has one. In general, following those is the best
So
recommendation.
what is best?
Following those would be the best.
What is that, 400, 500, 600 feet? What's the?
It depends on which one you look at. Each city and each jurisdiction has their own owned metric. So if you go off of Andy's on the Highland one, then it's a lot farther than some others. And then again, it gets a little more complicated if you say, well, if you want to ride in, ride out, so you keep the medians, but the access isn't a full access, right? You can't turn left out or left into it. So in my opinion, the farther away, the better.
And we do have, you mentioned a restriction on how many accesses we want going on Highland Boulevard. That's already in place, right?
Yeah, that, when we looked at Highland Boulevard, we said, okay, once you settle this is the last major area to settle, and after that, there shouldn't be any additional access beyond those that are either approved or
basically
there's a couple that haven't been built
1180.
yet, but they're approved or contemplated when the developments were approved, and so this area, was the last major area to settle up on, and so I think that the key to that access and is just its proximity to the intersection. The farther away you move from that intersection, say that access moves to the middle between Grant, maybe you look at it differently, but the closer you are to this intersection is the focus of all of our discussions. I mean, we've spent a lot discussing this, but the big focus is always 11,800, and so the closer an access is to that intersection, the more conflict points and the more competition there is for drivers' attention in that intersection. So that would be a general guideline to think of.
Okay, let's just kind of, so council, and it is Councilmember Adela. This discussion we kind of had a little bit in October we gave some input in October what we wanted. So let's just kind of, do we need any more information before you make a decision on the roundabout, medians, third access? Is there anything you're needing to help you make decisions? Scott?
Just real quick.
He gets his last cells.
No, we do have answers to that. We did have a study done. They looked at Highland standards, Lehigh standards, and UDOT standards. And the maximum distance with all of those was between intersections was 200 feet. We recommended at those speeds and at those volumes. Our minimum is at 500. So we're for sure less than what those
Okay,
standards are.
Okay, thank you. Do you need, I take it you have an engineer here, you have Horrocks here if you wanted to have him come up, or if you feel like you have your information. Okay, let's get some recommendations. What do we want to do, roundabout or light signal?
Roundabout.
I like the roundabout.
Okay, I've got two. Hey, Doug, what are you? Brittany?
I like a roundabout.
Kim, just so you can kind of.
It doesn't matter. I'm outnumbered. Roundabout. That's fine.
Okay, so we're going through roundabout. Okay, now let's go up. Is there any concerns about Grant Avenue with access there? Do we need to discuss a light? Do we need to just say, nope, we just allow access and we're not worried about any traffic signaling at Grant Avenue?
Well, the traffic signal is, 2050 or so, so it's kind of not a discussion point right now.
You agree with that, Andy, that it's a 2050 issue?
Yeah, their projections are it's 2050. I think from the staff side, what we would say is that one way or another, the intersection of Grant needs to be needs to be designed safely. So they've tried with their plan to slow traffic down as they're coming into Highland. Additionally, that's why we focused on the acceleration and deceleration lanes, because their population, their targeted population there, it would be a little bit older. But we wanted to, and we did talk with this at the council, and that element did come out of their traffic studies, in that they are noting that in the longer term sense, there's going to be a need to do something there. So we wanted to make that aware, or may be a need to do something there.
So the question is on Grant. Do we want to, and do we want to have Highland bear the cost of Grant? Do we want to have some, if we grant Grant Avenue access, do we want to say, hey, that needs to be shared in some costs there? Or do we want to say, no, that's 20 years down the road, they'll figure it out then?
You're talking about costs for the traffic signal.
If it's warranted to have a traffic signal at Grant in the future, do we do not have to grant. I mean, we don't have to allow access onto Grant at this time. But however, the traffic, it seems to be equal, almost coming in at that access point from Highland. And at that time would be Lehigh with the art. Do we want to, Rob, is that
so
something?
our tri-party agreement says that any improvements basically to Highland Boulevard within this section, we will work out with Lehigh. And it sounds like, and I did a quick review of the traffic. Basically, it's whatever traffic control might be warranted at Grant in the future isn't required now based on D.R. Horton's development. So it's a future thing that we already have an agreement with Lehigh that says we will figure it out with them in the future if we need to do that. Okay. You could require something else now. I'm just saying we do kind of have a background rule in place that we will work with Lehigh on that.
But it's ambiguous what that we also had that we agreed that would be in Highland, and we can see where that went. Just being honest, let's talk about agreements. So what do we want on Grant? So we're doing a roundabout. What about Grant? Any concerns there, or just move forward and let them have access?
I would move forward, let them have access, and tentatively plan that we're looking at the potential of a roundabout down the road.
Up at Grant?
Up at Grant, so that we can acquire property before their house is built on it.
The provisions are made in the platting of it, I think, that would allow for that in the future.
So the request is to make a provision for the roundabout design up at Grant.
Right.
Okay, then that would just ask in their development that they make that provision. Any other?
I like that idea too. I think, obviously they need access at Grant Avenue. Okay. I agree with that 100%, but let's plan now for maybe another roundabout up there, because I think the big thing we want to do is control the speeds on this road, because that's all we've heard for the last 2 years from our citizens is people are speeding. So I think roundabout's the best way to go in the future there, okay. But let's plan for it now.
So planning of a roundabout at Grant. Okay, medians, I think, we'd kind of already said yes on the medians.
Yes.
Is everyone agreeable on the medians?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that, yep. Okay, we're hearing yes on the median. So I think the last one is going to be this third access, Horton Boulevard.
Reluctant.
I'm okay with it right in, right out.
Okay. Anyone else?
Me too.
Okay, 2. Anyone else? Okay, what's everyone else want to do?
I'm okay with it if it's right in, right out, but that's all.
So
right in,
Scott, and
I'll agree.
Actually support.
I'll agree.
Okay, so right in, right out. That third access, right in, right out. Okay, Andy, what else do you need to know?
I think we about covered everything. I just the off-site improvements at 92. I try to note. It does note in their traffic study that there may be some improvements required there in the future, but and all of this is just to advise the council that these are things that are at play with the corridor, right? And those improvements, again, I believe it as their traffic engineers. I'm looking for their eyes. Those are a little bit in the future, what you're projecting, but down the road, the collective traffic on Highland Boulevard is going to require some additional improvements down there.
Okay, they also have done.
I don't know that I'm looking for a lot of direction on that, but I wanted to advise the council if we look down the road, that's where we're going.
Okay. Is it a huge improvement in cost to Highland, and is it coming because of this development?
Well, this development is certainly a component of it, right? I mean, you're adding 6,000 trips, give or take, to, and I don't remember the exact number. I'm pulling the 6,000 trips just because you got 600 units, and you got your traffic engineers that'll tell me exactly how many we're adding to this corridor, but they're a significant component to this corridor, right? And so much like the traffic roundabout signal treatment at Grant, that's an element that's coming to us one day as a result of the collective trips to this corridor, and they're a component to it. Are they the only component? No. Draper's going to add a component to it. By and large, Highland and Alpine's components to this corridor are largely already made, right? We have a few single-family homes that'll yet go to this corridor, but the Highland Alpine contributions to the corridor, we're about there. But you've still got a lot of growth in Draper, and you've got this.
Will that be something we can address with MAG?
That may ultimately be a MAG thing. It's just we want the council to be advised of the total picture that we're looking at with all of this, and that's why we tried to cover the runaway truck issue and tried to figure out the answer to that too, so that we don't approve this or we don't go along and we get these plans all done, and then suddenly something comes up and everybody's like, wait a minute, nobody told us about that. Whatever that is.
Let's go through. The next thing you have on here we have not talked about is acceleration and deceleration. I'm not sure why we would not want that.
I believe that you do want it, but it'd be good to give us a nod on that too.
What's the downside if we do want if we?
I don't see any downside. It's less landscape. I mean, collective property. We're not asking D.R. Horton for any extra property there, other than you've just asked for a roundabout footprint. But in the short term, we're just saying, hey, we're going to have a little less landscape there. We're going to have a little more pavement because we're going to create some of that area as decel lanes versus landscape. So it's not significant. It's a few feet. They're showing one right now in their cross section. It might be 3 or 4 when we're all said and done.
Okay, good.
Okay.
We got some issues.
I was going to say you've had one other. If we're done here, and if Horton's
okay, hold on. Is there anything else on D.R. Horton stuff?
Yeah, I was going to say we've got one other party that sat through a long discussion. So and it's a different issue, but these folks
we need
have
a motion.
I move that we extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
All in favor? I guess we have to have a second. I have a second to go to 11 p.m.
My only question is whether or not that's realistically long enough.
Because we haven't talked legislation things that we've got to at least be a little on top of.
It's up to you. I just think if I can chip in, you've had the other folks that are on item B.
You want to go to a different time?
So.
Honestly, we've got to get some direction on Mountain Ridge, or at least I've got to give you some information so you can get back to us too.
I move that we extend it to 10 after 11.
11:10. I have a second. I'll second that. Okay, Ron in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have our nay. Kim nayed.
Okay. And so is Brittany.
Okay, we've got everything for the D.R. Horton stuff. Let's move on. Thank you, Scott. Okay, our next one is item number 6B, which is Cedar Hollow Holdings property on 6800 West and 10050 North.
Okay, Tony, I assume you're going to be the mouthpiece for this. Okay, so what we're looking at, council, is the Cedar Hollow property that's on 6800 West. It's the last kind of major development property on 6800 West. It's the one that has the white fence in front of it, and there's kind of that angled crosswalk on the south side of it. There used to be a home there. The home burned a while back. And the community boundaries are shown on the map that we're looking at. So Highland being the yellow, Lehigh being the pink, and the county being white. So the developer, the property owner, has come to the city staff and said, would the city be willing to allow a portion of this property to go into Lehigh? And they provided us a couple of concept plans of what that might look like and how those boundaries might work. This is an infill development, even though it's a large piece. A lot of the decisions have been made around this, right? You've got a number of roads that have been stubbed to the property lines. Those roads all have to be connected up. The utility systems from the different cities have to be finished. And so we've said, well, let's bring it to the council for a little discussion because right now, the greater bulk of their property, that we're going to look at and that they're concepting here for us is in Highland. So their request is that a portion of this be allowed to go to Lehigh. So if we look at this real quick, what they're proposing is that they've given us two layouts, that the properties that border 6800 West would remain in Highland, and that the Highland and Lehigh border in a north-south would be moved to the northern boundary of their property, but that those lots that are adjacent to Highland would be larger. If we zoom in on those lots, and it's a little tough to read on the screen, but they're kind of a larger half-acre lots that they're bordering Highland with. And while they have smaller lots on what would be the east-west boundary between Lehigh, their petition is that those people that bought in Highland would know by knowing that that's what the lots are going to look like. They've given us a second layout, and this one, I just picked the aerial photo version from what they submitted to us. This is the version that staff likes better. The lots on 6800 access a street, which would then tie into 6800, at the four-way intersection. Again, the more westerly portion of their property would be in Lehigh, and the various streets would connect, et cetera. This kind of shows the connection pattern. As staff, we are not opposed to this. Conditions that are suggested is that if we were to go forward with this, we would come up with a concept plan that both communities knew would meet their ordinances, and that an interlocal agreement would be between Lehigh and Highland saying, okay, we'll adjust the boundaries, but the ultimate development is going to look like this. Whatever this is, the plan that we landed on. But we understand that, they've got a little bit of complication in the matching up all the roads and the infrastructure. And so I think in that case, they would have to do the parkway detail on 6800. The lots that would be in Highland would meet Highland's development code. And those lots on the north that border those lots that are in Highland would be the larger ones in their development that is in Lehigh. So in a general summary, they're looking for the council's tenor or feelings on that to say, is this something that we would be amenable to? And then Tony Train is their engineer, although the property owners are also here, and I'll let them add whatever they'd like to add, or you can ask them questions.
Okay. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Okay, I just want to say something because we got like 7 minutes, and of course we want to hear from these folks. But we just had a discussion last meeting that if we get 21 building permits, we can continue to develop our park and meet our bond payments. So my question is why do we let a development with 26 homes go into another city? Why don't we just accommodate their density? I might get stoned for saying that because I like big lots, but why not stay in Highland and let them have this density? Because I think the benefits to Highland outweigh the detriments. And because either way, we're going to get a high-density development in there. Why not partake of the impact fees and the property taxes and keep it in Highland and let them do this in Highland? Is it a density issue or is it a connection issue? Because let's keep it in Highland. I get a little bit worn out by Lehigh keep annexing parts of Highland. Lehigh's got plenty of property to annex without getting Highland. So let them have higher density here to keep them in the city. Is that the issue, high density or what?
They're going to come into Highland to access that anyway.
Anyway.
It's like we're going to get all the traffic.
So, Mr. Planner?
They might be able to speak to that a little bit more. Part of it was density. Part of it is there's a bit of a grade issue, and you might want to go talk to it, and the way the Lehigh utilities line up with Highland utilities presents a little bit of
the sewer system?
Yes.
Yeah. So really the south.
If you can state your name, please.
Tony Train.
Okay.
No reason.
So you know Todd.
No relation. I love that kid. Yeah, that's my brother. So the southwest end, the difference is that road that is connecting in from Lehigh and then the one that comes in from Highland, the difference in sewer elevation is 12 feet. That's the difficulty. So if we tried to sewer the southwest side, and you can see that cul-de-sac that goes down to the south, to try to sewer that from Highland is really difficult. the storm drain and everything drains right there to Lehigh as well. So the intent, which that's a very good point. If we can work out some solution of where we can get the sewer to work and keep the density there, it's just because of that southwest section. It's really difficult.
We
to
would
get
love to
utilities.
have you in Highland, and I think we need to accommodate that.
And so those portions that we
If
could work
possible.
out with you,
If possible.
yeah, and it may be the whole northern section, or maybe a little more to the west. But I think from that cul-de-sac over, we need to use that sewer that's in Lehigh. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So those were the questions we wanted to come to talk tonight: is what options are available? How can we work with Highland to make this work?
Let me turn this on, just over so that it accommodates the area you're talking about. It would go into Lehigh and the rest of it would remain with us.
What options are available for those?
So here's
those
your question.
density
Your
adjustments.
zoning, the current zoning, we have R120, R130, R140. We don't have any other zoning unless they did a PD.
What zoning is this? 20 or 10 or?
No, the portion that's in Highland, that's left in
Well,
Highland,
yes,
is the
that's-
R140. The
right.
portion that's on the top wouldn't be the R120-ish zone. Yes.
So my feeling is I'd like to keep it in Highland, and I'm willing to accommodate. I like big lots, but I would like to keep our boundaries intact if possible. And I'm willing to, I personally, as my opinion, I would like to work with you.
Like I said, probably the only caveat would be that
Sewer.
southwest issue
And I
and
think
how
that's
we can work
negotiable.
around that.
Yeah. I like what Scott is saying in a big way. I mean, I couldn't agree more with him. And we just may have to accommodate a little bit of taking it over into Lehigh because of the sewer
Because of
thing.
the sewer.
But once that's mitigated, the rest of it's ours.
So if we came in with an R120 approach, which is kind of the definition that was put in the code, the reason for the R120 was to give you that buffer at Lehigh.
So
Perfect
R120
spot.
was put in to be able to border against lower densities of a neighboring community.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm just saying. That's we just got to make sure you also just don't go and pull and also it changes. If you go, does this meet that definition? This borders a lower density area, and a neighboring city, is that meet this definition?
I think it meets the criteria. I think it'd be great to keep this in Highland as much
So
as possible.
if we come back and present the idea of here's where the sewer really does function right, here's how the
Yes.
utilities work, here's the exceptions we'd need to make it work, that's the right approach with the council.
Right.
Okay, I've got everyone else. What's everyone else chiming?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, would you keep it still R140 right here on that border of Highland?
Please do. Well, I mean, the intent would be you can't do a whole lot more because of that road.
Right.
I mean, that's why those lots are that. Yeah. So that would be the intent, is to keep it something
Right.
similar to
Well,
this
it's a
layout.
buffering.
It's
You
just
go-
how do
you
we
go
make
1
it
acre,
work?
and then you're going to buffer down when you get to close to Lehigh.
Which R120 is half acre.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
those are half to 2/3 acre lots
Right.
against it, which we feel works perfect for that little buffer. Yeah, if you could work with us, but like I said, the big issue will be utilities,
Right.
how we deal with the water, how we deal with the storm
so
drain.
I think what you're hearing is we have R140 that surrounds this. If you buffer around the R140, so if you come R140 and then you're buffering with a little larger, then you get into half acre in the middle. I think you're hearing the council say they would look at that.
Yeah, well,
So
kind of
you
this plan.
You like the plan's okay? Okay.
The plan's great. We just want to work with you because we'd sure like to keep it in Highland.
Now, remember, these lots are a third acre lots, and so that does not meet the R120 definition.
R120
Oh,
are 20,000 square foot lots.
Yeah.
So you're
With
at
115 foot
16, so
frontage.
you can maybe
Might actually help
configure that around. So just
Could be a
But they've got some
PD.
bigger lots in there
Yeah,
that
that's
maybe
what I'm saying.
leaving
They can
out.
use the
Yeah.
configuration.
If the council's amenable to this type of plan, we can go through a rezone process that incorporates essentially that the rezone's granted conditioned on them complying with whatever, final kind of detailed plan is agreed upon, and kind of lock that in at the rezone, so the plat comes in, it'll comply with that. So
like
they'd come
that.
back with kind of a final concept saying, here's where we might have to go to Lehigh, but the rest of this we can go into Highland with
if
these
you-
types of lots if
Yeah,
the
if we can-
council's open to it.
If we can work with a buffer that creates that, like I said, there's still some challenges with those utilities.
Right.
So we'll do the best we can to come up with the right concept with the utilities, bring it back, do another presentation, just show you where that
Okay.
boundary lines up and go from there. Is that
Yes,
perfect?
please.
Okay, we're there. Okay,
All right,
it's
thanks for
11
the
o'clock.
direction. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Okay. Okay, we now move on to item number 7. We have our communication. We've already handled number A in our communications. Now we're going to move on to the next one is Mountain Ridge Phase 2.
So, given
think-
the hour, mayor and council, let me make a suggestion, and you tell me if you're okay with it. Will you zoom in on page 2 for me, Brooklyn? The first page is not really different from what you saw previously looking at phase 2. I made a note that we were going to look at alternative options for the building to see if there was a cheaper, but still to give you some options as to what that storage building looks like. Councilmember Courtney asked us what are annual maintenance costs on some of these elements. So we've incorporated that. We've also double checked our estimates. You hate hearing this. We all hate hearing this. It's a lot more than what we thought on some of these things. Like lighting went up dramatically compared to what we thought it was going to be. So you'll notice that, which means we're now, if you wanted every single thing on this, it's $3 million that we do not have set aside right now. So ultimately what I need from council is for you to tell me what is important enough on this list that if we don't raise funds for it, by soliciting donations that you want us to recommend to you city funds to use. That would likely come from potentially a little bit more park impact fee and general fund balance at this point because we're pretty tapped out everywhere else. We've tapped every other resource for Mountain Ridge Park at this point.
Aaron, what you're saying is you look at these phase 2 potential amenities, you're needing input. Is there some that people are falling in love with that we really need to try to find?
Yes, I guess one thing I wanted to, Splash Pad came up at the last meeting. We talked to Cedar Hills about what their cost was. So they were about $600,000. We added some inflation. They actually said you should guess $1 million, but I wasn't ready to do that yet. So I put 700 in there. And then the annual maintenance cost is what we currently pay right now in maintenance, including staff time for the splash. Well, including overtime. Right now we have a splash pad attendant that we're probably not going to continue with in the future. So that's just overtime right now that we spend on there. So the survey that we sent out last time it's been updated with this information. So again, given what time it is, I'm suggesting to you, I'll email you this document, and then if you could fill out the survey for me this week, unless you have any questions right now. I'm sorry?
You had a scanner down there.
Oh,
there's another one in here.
How did I do this 2 meetings in a row that I forgot to pass out the document to you?
Okay, so we say it's due by 5 p.m. on Thursday?
Great.
That gives you 48
Well,
hours.
honestly, I won't look at it until Monday, so,
43 hours.
Like
yes, I know
24
you have
hours.
another big deadline tomorrow, so please finish that one first. So.
And if we could just clarify,
But this now has everything in it. So I know actually 4 of you responded. I have removed those responses because this is now different information. So
That's
if
why
you
I
could-
waited.
Thank you. You know what, Councilmember Smith, you follow directions. Thank you. So if you could do it again, and essentially it ranks from like, I need it. I can't remember the exact verbiage. Jay?
We have essential, important but not essential, and sorry, my little screen is not.
Okay.
I like the
Essentially, if it
breakdown.
ends up in essential or
5
important,
p.m. on Thursday. If you don't get it in, then
if it doesn't, if you want to fund it, rank it essential or important. Otherwise, we are not going to try to find funding for it.
okay, thank you.
Given that, I wonder if, because I could do everything in the important and that doesn't tell you a thing, should we look at 25% in each category? If we had to prioritize it, what 25, how many are there here?
My question is, are there really anything that there's a needs and wants? And you go, is this all wants? And you got to
Right.
decide what your wants are, because there might be no needs, but wants.
Yeah.
I don't think council either wants to exhaust. I mean, our fund balance is around 4 million. I could look at the statements, but it's around 4 million. I don't think you want us to exhaust that on a park either.
No.
So.
No.
Some of
Okay.
these things, like the conduit, when we found out how expensive lighting was, we said, well, maybe we just conduit it now and then come back to lighting in the future. So it's less invasive in the future.
Is that for all lighting then? So like,
That's kind of our guesstimate on sports field lighting, essentially. Yes.
Yeah, and I think with doing that, we could probably run the conduits for like the bollard lighting and stuff too, because the big expense for that's the trenching, right? So we were estimating, and again, this is our estimates, this is our rough estimate, but the thought was, okay, if the lighting's out of reach, the collective lighting's out of reach, which it looks expensive, right? Then maybe we put the conduits in so that then piece by piece, we could start to light it up. So that was just the idea of that, is run the conduits at the backbone so that, as we could afford it, we could start to stand the different lights.
So would that decrease the cost then of the actual lighting?
Yeah, that would certainly, because the prices on the lightings that are listed is as if you're putting that system in and the lights are on, right? And so the conduits, they wouldn't have any wires in it, just be conduits under the ground, but then we'd have something that we could use later on.
Okay, thank you very much. 5 p.m. Thursday. I'll watch me be the one that does it. Okay, our last item, well, we got two things.
I moved that we adjourn.
Well, how about we hit legislative aspects real fast, just because everything's going on legislative-wise. I think I can do this in 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, everyone, we need to watch HB 367. That's our public safety and road fees. I've asked Rob just to kind of watch that. Everything that's in that bill, we're okay with.
I've been emailing with Cam during the meeting, and it's still good.
Okay.
and just to let you guys know that essentially, Erin saved us from having to do property tax and keeping that public safety fee. Like her relationship with Cam is the reason why that happened. I just have to put that out there.
And Aaron, thank you.
Thank you.
There was specific wording that because we're in a district to say that you can still have a public safety fee for a district has been big. So thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Okay,
Thank
next
you,
one
Aaron.
is SB 91, which you've seen emails on with employee compensation. Just to kind of keep up. There's one that's HB 298. It's homelessness in county facilities. The only thing I could see that if we had a homeless situation would be at the Highland Community Center or right here. We have asked about some homeless, we'll just kind of watch. We've not, Chiefs, have we seen any homeless in the last 6 months here? They're camping here in the area.
We've not seen homelessness as you would think about it. We do have, for lack of a better term, vagrants that are passing through that may spend a night here or there at the mouth of the canyon or maybe in a park somewhere, but it's not a constant, continual problem.
That they're going to change the board on the homeless thing was kind of the big thing, which is saying that Salt Lake can't control it. It's going to be more spread through the state. Next one just is SB 185, building permits, allowing a third party to do inspection. The league voted adamantly to fight that one. HB 306, which is the housing of 8 units per acre if you do affordable, that appears to be stalled, which means it might not move forward at all in the legislators.
They're coming up with an alternative bill.
Okay, HB 465. This is an interesting one. They talked about the league. It is where they tap into this. The state has money sitting in for like all these infrastructure funds that we build up. We put in what's called a PTIF. They're saying they might be able to borrow funds out of that PTIF to help with housing, to help with funding the infrastructure. It's interesting that they risky loans to use what we're supposed to be with our safe money. Anyway, that's one we have to watch. HB 48, which law enforcement in the school, which is kind of a guardian that we talked a little bit about the chief. That's having an officer or a guardian that's been trained in elementaries, in junior highs, and high schools. How many schools do we figure we were affected? 8?
6.
6. Okay.
6 that we have. So yeah, HB 84 would require either a law enforcement officer, a security officer, or what they're terming a school guardian in every school, including private, charter, all of them.
Okay. Next one is the modular construction, which is kind of going toward the ADU. There's a bill where they can build the homes, inspect them, and then ship them in. The one that was passed that the governor's already signed is the transgender bill. We'll probably have to come back. There's some legislation or things that we need to do we have to consider a private plan on how we're enforcing, but also accommodating. So it goes both ways. HB 330 is if you are unincorporated in around the city boundaries, that within 3 years they would automatically come into the city. Then you have SB 337, and that one is what, Brittany?
That one is the state attempting to not allow municipalities to control their own elections and require them to be conducted through the county, which I say this every time. Elections are the most important thing we do. Let us do them.
Okay. That will be, I think is that what our lunch is all about? It's SB 37. Okay, any other bills, Kim, or anyone else that hasn't popped our ears?
HB 289. That one, the league did a huge email about going against it. It's property rights and ombudsman amendment. It essentially says that
it's the suing. If they go and the public ombudsman says that they lose, the city loses, they have to pay
collateral damages.
All the damages. That's right. Liquid damages. That was one that came up. Anything else, Aaron?
I think you did a great overview, Mayor.
Okay, guys, we have 4 minutes. Planning Commission update. You got 1 minute, Rob. They passed the subdivision that was R140.
20-unit subdivision has 3 pages of stipulations. It's great.
What did you just say?
They have 3 pages of stipulations on their development, and they're great with it.
And
Bob
their
was very
point,
happy.
by the way, on those stipulations, including things that are already in the code, and having it duplicated there.
If we had a chance to do a second round of reviews before getting it approved, we would have shortened that list up a lot, but time constraints led it to what it was.
It's just duplication, obviously.
But it's the way the legislators are making us move forward with some of this stuff, and so we're so nervous we duplicate. Okay, is there anything else that needs to come to council? Okay, it is now 11:11. We do not have a closed session, so we can take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Hey, I have a motion by Scott, second by Ron. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. That passes. We are now adjourned. Can you just go back to the calendaring just so we can kind of see the meetings?
Oh.
Can we do a work session on the 20th at 6 o'clock?
Oh.
Of February?
Yeah. Hold up. When I think we were supposed to have a meeting with, when are we doing that neighborhood meeting? Is that?